that presidents all call it, so I had to do that. I'm John Buschamn. I am both Dean of the University Libraries and Associate Provost for Research and Innovation here at Seton Hall. I want to welcome you to the 29th year of the Petersheim Academic Exposition again. I did that yesterday. And this time we're showcasing our Seton Hall University faculty research once again, an idea generated by OGRS's own Norma Rubio. As you heard Dr. Lopez yesterday, research brings new knowledge, insights, understanding, problem solving, and innovation across many fields. And Seton Hall continues to expand knowledge, solve problems, and prepare students for what is to come. Research is vital for all of those things, but also drives innovation and growth through improved decision-making, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, as you heard Monsignor Riley say yesterday. Promoting ethical practices and personal and professional development. Not all research takes place in a lab or in controlled experiments. Creative activity and artistic work adds to the stock of our understanding, human expression as well. At Seton Hall, the diversity of research is quite astonishing. Every year I get up and see what we've done over the course of the year, and I'm more than pleasantly surprised. It ranges from new methods of teaching to understanding cancer to issues of diversity, faith, and inclusion, solving immigration issues, and creating policy to promote justice. It's important to understand that research is fundamental to student learning when they are exposed to faculty who are at the leading edge of their fields. Today, undergraduate and graduate students benefit from an environment rich with research, discovery, and innovation at Seton Hall. You'll learn about these many projects, or at least some of them, over the course of the day, advancing existing knowledge and theory. Welcome again to Petersheim and the Faculty Research Showcase. We'll now go into our presentations. And when I do this, it is not the peace sign. We have 2 minutes left. We have a heavy schedule, so we want to keep on. So be aware of kind of where you are in the process. Let me first introduce first paper. It is called A Mixed Method Study to Access the Impact of Diversity Seminars on College Faculty's Knowledge and Teaching. It is presented by Dr. Ramona Guthrie, Dr. Dawn Apgar, Dr. Munira Wells, and Dr. Mary Balkun, 3 of whom are here today to present. I'm not going to go into a lengthy introduction to each one because I think they're well known on campus and I don't want to chew into their time. So again, 2 minutes is not the piece.
Yeah, don't worry. All right, so welcome everyone. I see lots of familiar faces today. Oh, sorry.
Space.
Okay, great. So welcome everyone. I see lots of familiar faces. I'm here with my colleague Ramona Guthrie and Mary Balkun. Munira couldn't join us today. We are going to be presenting an evaluation of the university diversity seminars. I'm just curious, how many people have participated in either the diversity seminar or the advanced diversity seminar on campus? Anyone? Okay, so Ramona and I were both participants in the diversity seminar, and Mary needs no introduction as our fearless leader. And so we'll talk a little bit about those, but what I think is really unique about our research is it really represents interdisciplinary research. Ramona comes from occupational therapy, Mary from English, I'm in social work, and Munira is from nursing. And so as participants, right? In the seminars, we decided that we thought they were valuable, but to do a systematic study. We're going to talk about that study today. I also, we're happy, I didn't put it in the slides, but we're happy to share a published article. So the results of this study came out in college teaching last year, I think. So we're going to go ahead and get started, and Mary's going to kick us off talking a little bit about just the literature and also just a little bit about the seminars.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. Good morning, everybody. So the seminar actually started in fall of 2018. Those of you who were here then will remember that Mary Meehan and Karen Boroff both decided we were going to apply for a Lilly grant that we did not actually wind up getting, but they committed that to continuing with whatever plans we developed, even if we didn't get the grant. So we didn't get the grant, but they forged ahead. So we did a number of things. There was something in university life involving DEI, and then there was this faculty seminar. So we started in fall of 2018. I co-led it with Anthony Hayner, with 13 faculty members. And it's been running pretty much every semester ever since. We, about 2 years ago, actually started to offer an advanced seminar, which is where this idea germinated, because Dawn and Ramona, we were all in that seminar. And by the end, we were all saying, well, we really need to be doing something. Anthony and I talked about it for a while. You know, we should do something with all this information, this, you know, all the stuff we've been getting from people, get some feedback. But it took one person to kind of say, all right, let's do this, because she was talking about fearless leader. I mean, yeah, drove us right through. I have never seen a paper produced so quickly and so efficiently in my entire life. It's not the way we work in English. Very good stuff. But anyway, so that was the impetus for all of this. So I was charged. So I do not do social sciences research, by the way, and this is a social sciences paper. So I was given the piece that I do understand, which is the literature review, and of course, proofreading and all that other fun stuff that English faculty do all the time. So we actually realized that, so the first thing was, there were lots of diversity initiatives out there, but has anybody actually studied whether these initiatives have an impact on student learning and on teaching in any appreciable way? And so I set out to do some research, and Munira and I worked on this together in the beginning. And so what we found, in fact, was that, you know, there were a few things that there was some idea about expanded ideologies and enhanced skills. There was something else in 2020. There was a lot of focus on whether mandated initiatives had any impact or not, as opposed to voluntary. And ours was completely voluntary. So, you know, and there were some long-term effects, but they tended to be more resented than anything else, actually. And so ultimately, we found that they can enhance student learning, but that's the theory. No one had ever really sort of studied it and said and systematized that information. So I'm going to hand this off to you. You want me to talk more?
No.
Okay.
So I'll just fill in the gap and then I'll turn it over to Ramona. So we had, like any study, we came up with research questions, and basically we were looking at, and we'll talk more about the voluntary nature, but does attendance at the seminars impact knowledge? To what extent did people feel comfortable in the seminars? And I will say, Mary was part of the group, but in the survey, it actually, Mary did not participate in collecting the data because we wanted people, obviously, to be candid. And then we were most interested in what was the impact on the teaching? Because the goal of this is not only to feel comfortable, but what changes did people make in their teaching, and were they satisfied? So these were our questions. And Mary talked a little bit about just the history of the seminars being two-part, both basic and then the advanced seminar. So these were the things that Mary discussed previously. So let's talk a little bit about the methods. Ramona, do you want to lead us through this? And then I'll talk about the findings.
Sure. So for our study, we did a qualitative measure and quantitative measure. So the qualitative measure was focus groups, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But we also developed a survey to garner information about our research questions. Obviously, we received IRB approval. 96 faculty participated in either one or both of the seminars. We ended up distributing 70 invitations to participate in the survey. There were some faculty that were no longer employed here. Part of the inclusion criteria was to be a full-time employee and someone who had participated in the study. So that is why you see that there were 96 participants, but 70 participants were invited to complete the survey. With the focus groups, well, let me just go back to the survey. So in the survey, we asked folks if they would be interested in participating in focus groups. And if they said yes, then we reached out to them to invite them to participate in the focus group. It was done on Teams. We had 8 participants, I believe. And what we talked about, and we'll talk about more about what we learned from the focus groups, but what we talked about was what was the impact of your experience on your teaching, on your students. How comfortable did you feel having some of the conversations after your participation in these experiences? So we really gathered some rich information that we'll share with you shortly.
Okay. I do want to put a plug in for Faculty Matters, right? Is that so? Some of you may not be aware, but Mary leads a podcast, and we actually presented this in a less scientific way. It was more conversational, but I would encourage anyone who's presenting today to think about turning your research into a podcast, and it would have anything that has implications for faculty or teaching, because it's a great way to get that information out.
Let me know. Reach out. I have 14 this year, so we're finishing up for this year, but I'm looking for next year's topic. So happy to feature any of you.
Yeah, so if you want to learn more, you can hear there as well. So one of the things I will tell you, we all do research, but getting faculty members to participate is not easy. And so our response rate was kind of low. I think we had 24 people return the survey, and we had the 8 focus group participants, but obviously there was not the participation maybe that we would have liked. And so one of the things we wanted to do was just to see, did the people who participate replicate faculty at the university? And so we ran some basic demographic information, and basically this says, as far as race, that in fact they did. So we got all kinds of individuals. So we had a 2-phase approach. One was quantitative, and then we did a thematic analysis looking at the qualitative findings. So let me just go over the survey findings first. We found that, in fact, the vast majority, 87% of respondents, believed that participating in the diversity seminar, and I will say this was like a real educational seminar as well. It's not just talking, there were assigned readings, there was homework, and so people felt that it did increase their knowledge about DEI, and also that their knowledge, which was interesting, had been acknowledged by students via some method. So they felt more knowledgeable, and they felt like it was really translating into their course curriculum and pedagogy. The other thing, and I will say, I didn't participate in the survey, but I was one of those 86 where it really helped because we were talking about race and DEI every week and throughout the semester, it really helped increase comfort level of faculty. They felt more comfortable talking about these issues, and they also felt that students acknowledged this and that it was a learning environment that was comfortable talking about diversity and difference.
And Dawn, if I could just add to that, The other piece of that is faculty not only felt more comfortable having the conversations, but they were conversating and dialoguing with people they otherwise would never be able to interact with. So that's another thing that really made this environment, this experience, made up.
Yeah.
Can I get something?
Sure, of course.
So I also want to note that, so the seminar is not set up as, we always have this concern that it's a kind of indoctrination. No, it actually is an investigation into diversity, equity, and inclusion ideas. So we actually look at different approaches to diversity. We look at both people who are in favor of it and people who are opposing it. And we're reading, people like John McWhorter, but we're also reading people on the other side who are definitely pro. So it is about trying to figure out what are the issues around this, and then so that's the first half of the seminar. And then the second half is focused on pedagogy. How are you going to figure out ways, in ways that make disciplinary sense for you, to include diversity, inclusion, and so on, and equity into your courses? This can mean the way you do assessment. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to change your curriculum per se, and so on. So, if you want to know more, let me know.
I got another mic, so I'm gonna go over here too, because it's the dreaded goal in the classroom. I don't know if everyone has to deal with that, but it is strange. So here this was actually a open-ended question quote where somebody said, after learning more about how people of color are unfairly targeted and disproportionately treated badly or physically harmed, it made me understand what the real struggle is. So again, that just supports the findings about both knowledge and comfort. We asked, well, how did you use this information? And most frequently, people used it in additional course readings. Again, we were handed a syllabus with rich readings as participants. So it was quite easy to take some of those readings and incorporate them into the classroom. About half, a little less than half, changed course assignments. And then far fewer, only 15%, made changes to their sort of course structure or teaching methods. And here, again, this is just a qualitative quote that said, I realized that students need to see themselves represented in what they read and what they write. And so it really challenged faculty to think about what kinds of readings, what kinds of information were they including in the courses.
So if I could just give an example of some of the changes. So in the seminars, the second part, the participants are assigned to kind of run a session. You bring your presentation, you have guided questions. And I said, this is a wonderful way to give students more agency in their learning, right? To have them take more responsibility and also choose topics within the context of the course that were of more interest to them. So usually, or before the seminars, I would define the topic, give them the structure, and then they would do their presentation. So I changed the structure to give students more agency, the way that the seminar gave us as participants more agency in terms of how the experience ran.
And not to go, we also had people talk a little bit about grading. We could talk a lot just about the way they graded and the way when we talk about structure, sort of high stakes exams can be extremely difficult. And so there was a lot of discussion about that in the seminar and people talked about that as well. So one thing I would say as a faculty member, we always care about student evaluations and feedback. And so for those watching or in the room, the 71% of faculty said that they felt that their student evaluations really improved as a result of the changes that they made in their participation in the seminar. So let me talk just briefly about the focus group, and then we'll go into the sort of implications and discussion. So here, there were a couple of things I wanted to say. This is voluntary. This was voluntary, and so one of the themes that came up in the focus group is here we are, people were very anxious. Focus groups were a little hard to contain because people just wanted to spend a lot more time talking about their experience. But people talked a little bit about how we're sort of, the seminars are preaching to the converted. And, the idea, even people who are converted found benefit, but how do we reach those people who don't participate in the seminars? And I know that's been an ongoing discussion just generally. There was a lot about administrative support. This is an effort that is, as I said, voluntary and done on, sort of a shoestring budget with our colleagues taking the lead. And how could this be more, and I put this in quote, institutionalized within the university structure so that, God forbid, we don't have a fearless leader doing this, like who's going to step up, right? And who's going to be able to carry on all the gains that we've, already realized. The people acknowledged, I will say, and I want to say something positive, that Seton Hall does a really good job with acknowledging diverse holidays. Our diversity office, does a really good job. So there was a lot of positive said about this, but this is quite a bit different than, the university sort of emails and messages, and really people felt that this was extremely valuable, and probably the most valuable was the opportunity, and we're proof here, to sit with our colleagues and really digest and process through the material, which we often don't get a chance to do. This is sort of out of order, but I already talked a little bit about the surveys. So another thing that came out, which I think is interesting, it's called the Diversity Seminar, but again, we're only meeting, for a short period of time. And I think just given some of the historical things that have happened on campus, it has really taken a focus towards race. And a lot of the readings are related to racism. And they're applicable, obviously. Mary might want to take a little talk about this, but there was a desire to have more, maybe another seminar or something, more on sexual orientation and your gender expression and some of the other areas of diversity.
Right. Yeah, so when we started, we realized that diversity covers a lot of different territory, obviously, right? So you've got race, sex, gender, class, and so on. But we decided to focus on race because it was just what we could do in a semester. We think, and as Dawn said, it really does, that the ideas and the principles that we were discussing, there is intersectionality here, right? Those same ideas and principles carry over into these other areas, right? Thinking about how do you make the teaching more diverse, more accessible to a broad range of students, all that. I will say that right now, so Anthony and I are always tweaking the seminar. So this semester we are running it again. We have 5 faculty in it. It actually is now focusing on issues in higher education. So it came out of our conversations about the last advanced diversity seminar. So we've really kind of broadened it out. So now we're talking about things like free speech on campus. And so it's all, again, tying into diversity. Think about the recent episodes of people not being allowed to speak because students there did not agree with their viewpoints and would shout them out of the room because they were generally ultra-conservative, right? That tends to be the case. So we've tried to respond to some of these things and recognize that maybe there are ways to broaden that conversation.
And I do want to say, which I think is really forward thinking. When I came in to the university in 2016, I started in the first cohort of the first seminar, and this wasn't a response to things like the Concern 44. Right. We were actually in the seminar. We were already.
Right.
That was, I think, maybe the first cohort, and I was in the seminar.
We were talking about ways to even include them and bring them in to get more insight about what they were experiencing.
Yeah, we went to President's Hall. They were sitting in.
So I think it's important that this wasn't just launched as, let's say we're going to do something or whatever. The university was, and the faculty and the leadership were already concerned and were thinking about these issues even before there was some student unrest related to that.
Sure. Speaking about concern, so for me in the occupational therapy program, I actually teach a course around occupational justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is where the heart of my research lies. So when we think about the current events, language that we can no longer use in certain types of research, this seminar or the seminars really underscore the importance of preserving these types of experiences so that we do still have access, we have exposure, and we feel supported as we move our research agendas forward.
And I like what Dean Buschamn said about practical. So this is a real good example of how this research has real practical implications for all of us. One thing that we didn't touch on but came out of the focus groups is a need for more discussion about neurodiverse students. And that was actually something that really isn't a focus of the seminar, could be. And I know we've had some programs, but that was an area of future need because we're getting more students with different ways of learning. The other thing is, the people in the focus groups talked about and reinforced the survey findings, meaning they had integrated the material. One thing that's exciting, and actually here's where the grading was, a couple of people, as a result of their participation, had developed new courses or had significantly adjusted their current, and the I think it's important, again, represented here in our research team, the people who are signing up for the seminar, the people who participated in our research really represented all of the departments and colleges across the university and even different campuses. So it brought people together from our Muphy campus as well.
Even the law school, we've had two
That's
from the
true.
law school do it as well. It's been easier with being virtual. We have actually been doing it virtual for the last 2 years now.
So I think one other theme that came out of the research was that, again, even maybe more than knowledge, people felt very affirmed. And I think when you're doing this kind of work, and that can be very isolating, right? And so it was, I think people felt like the seminar, in addition to knowledge, was just an opportunity to come together, and that's what came out, to affirm things, and maybe to give them moral courage in some ways to take some of these issues into the classroom. I talked a little bit about the institutionalization, and again, this is like an extra thing that faculty do, both leading and participating, and there was quite a bit of discussion about again, making this, we don't want to mandate because we know what mandates do, but this idea of how do we take this and build upon it and reach, other people, and this really shouldn't be viewed as just something extra. I'll talk just a minute about the limitations, and then we'll go to the sort of implications. But obviously, this is one institution, and it's a very small sample size. This is self-reported data, and so there can be issues related to that. It was obviously the focus group wasn't anonymous, but the survey was, which really prevented us from following up on some things that we might have liked to. There's obviously a need for further research, though. Our paper got accepted quite easily and out in print, and so as Mary said, there isn't a lot of research done in this area. Ramona, do you want to talk about just assessment? We'll talk about the implications, but remember we had one thing that we talked about, student assessment too.
Yep. So one of the things that we discovered is Mary was doing the literature search and even looking at the data. So faculty are making or were making important changes in their teaching, in their pedagogical strategies, but there was no way to assess the effectiveness of learning outcomes. So for example, were students using language that was more inclusive? And if so, how do you measure that? Were students able to navigate difficult conversations as a result of their instructor participating in the seminar? And if so, how do you measure that? So that's an area for further research and even tool development in terms of looking at how we can really find a metric for learning outcomes so that we can have a stronger connection between what's being taught and what students are coming away with.
You want to say anything else or about this discussion or
Um,
applications?
Well, in terms of next steps, because I think we've talked
Yeah.
a lot about, some of the outcomes and the benefits of these experiences. What I do think is that further research is needed, like I just said, to measure student learning, because at the end of the day, educators want to know what the impact is on their students. I think most of you will agree that the current student evaluations don't always measure effectively what we're teaching in the classroom. And so if we can start to think about how we can develop a tool to measure learning outcomes, I think that would be interesting inquiry.
Yeah.
And I think that's it.
Yeah, we can also open it up to questions. We actually not only don't need the 2-minute mark, but we have a minute or two, because that's our last slide for questions. Thoughts, questions? Yeah,
Grab a mic.
okay, sure. Or you can come, we can share. I was like,
Okay, I want.
Which thing, it is to do present on the button.
and we can choose.
Okay, I want to ask what is considered the conservative question.
Mhm.
So, like, we all know faculty feel like they have a lot to cover and a lot to accomplish in the course of the semester. So, is this a matter of simply reorienting some values in the course of, is that the intent of the seminar? So reorient the direction of language and values headed into a semester, or is it to try and elicit more from the students, which is an extra kind of curricular goal?
Right. So I think our main goal, frankly, is raising awareness, because we don't often think about how the readings that we're assigning, for example, or the way we're doing assessment might actually impact and not be especially diverse or inclusive. So, for example, I remember a number of years ago, Pache, to those of you who were in math, but somebody in the math department saying to me, well, we teach math. That's, we don't have to worry about issues of diversity. I'm like, no, I heard the rebuttal to that many years ago as well. So, for example, when you're doing examples in your class, maybe introducing, the examples you use could be about issues that speak to diversity and inclusion, right? And so there are definitely ways to include this in everything. What we're really asking people to do is take a look at what they do in their classroom and ask themselves, and this does cover all these issues about race, class, and gender, and neurodiversity, and so on. So for example, starting the semester which I never used to do, I now send an email out to my students. I say, okay, what pronouns do you want me to use? What name do you want to be called? Is there anything about you I should know in order to grade you fairly, right? I'm not going to change my grading, systems and stuff in that way, right? And my principles. But I've added that in because I'm now thinking to myself, okay, I want you to come into my classroom feeling like this is a place where I am thinking about you and aware of who you are and attentive to what you're bringing into this space that you're going to be sharing with me for the next 15 weeks. And I think let's face it, how many of us were trained to actually teach, right?
Yeah.
So we're learning along the way.
I think the other thing I could just say personally, so I'm a social worker, so issues of race and diversity are not new to me. But I will say before I took the seminar, bringing up race in the classroom can be, you really have to manage because people feel very strongly. It usually brings up a lot of emotions. And so I tried to sort of shy away because I was like, I can't get off topic here. I need to and have those frank discussions.
Mm.
I, since then, have incorporated those kinds of discussions. I feel a lot more comfortable. And so, just even personally being able to just bring it up and manage students' discussions in a productive way, I think is really important. And that's mainly too because with my colleagues, we mirrored that like productive discussion, and not everyone agreed. There were diverse views that I didn't agree with, and so that I think is also just sort of a byproduct.
Yeah, of course, 90 seconds. So I tell my students at the beginning of my course, I have you for 15 weeks.
Mhm.
I do not expect to change your value system, to change your beliefs when you are 20 something years old, and I have you for 15 weeks. But what I do want them to do is think about their values and their beliefs, do some self-reflection to figure out how it impacts the space that they're in, how it impacts the people that they're going to be working with, vulnerable people, people who come from traditionally or historically marginalized backgrounds. How do what you bring, your biases, your perceptions, play into that relationship? So I think for me, going through the seminar helped me to do a better job of facilitating those conversations where students could begin to think about who am I and how do I contribute to this learning environment.
We have another question here. Sure.
Thank you. So I attended one of the diversity seminar voluntarily, and I've been thinking to attend the second one.
Okay.
After I attended the first one, I became aware that my attendance actually was released to Taiwan. And then is that the plan or just an unexpected, unintentional? So in other words, the attendee for this seminar
Yes.
is our name lost in public.
So I think what you're saying is, are things that are discussed in the seminar, are they confidential or could they be reported, right?
Just attendance.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, we don't release, well, I have to pay a stipend,
Yeah.
so that's the only way somebody would know who you are. But I use the ESMs, whatever, that's contracts, EPAF. So, no one has ever asked me for a list of people. I keep a list just for myself, because we do then tap into you have to have done the first seminar to do the advanced seminar. But no one's ever asked me for a list of names.
Yeah, the diversity actually, I always handle that with confidentiality.
Yes,
And
yes.
then, so I was very surprised that when I didn't know this, I attended the seminar.
Ah,
And so that's why I questioned, because you just mentioned it's voluntary.
yeah.
And I personally, I have witnessed the attendance of this diversity seminar is very, very helpful for me.
Right.
Not because I'm not behaving right, but because I know the more depth and weight about the topic. Because psychiatrist review, panel, I know this kind of things. I'm not talking about that, I'm not the way we see particular teaching. Teaching.
Well, I will say that actually, because I have to submit because I have to submit through I have to submit through EPAF, and somebody else has to sign off on the payments to faculty, that people do know who is getting paid, because I have to designate what the payment's for. So my stuff is signed off by the provost's office, so somebody in the provost's office would definitely know what somebody's getting paid for. But again, I don't, I submit an annual report about all the different things I'm doing, but I don't list the names.
But it's not like sabbatical reports,
Yeah. Right, yeah, no, not like that.
I will discuss that in detail later
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's wonderful. Thank you.
The other thing I always tell students, their eyes get quite big, is when you use your university laptop, nothing is great.
Well,
So your schedule is not private, right?
Right.
Like anyone has access. So when I say to them, the university, not that they're looking, has full access to your laptop, I get the big eyes, right? So anyway, in theory, if something's on your schedule,
right,
someone at the university knows.
well, that's true, if you put it in a calendar,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have it made it private, but yes,
Yeah.
we track.
And we have, I don't know, we have 4 minutes, so we're gonna, yes?
Oh, nice, okay.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was, Dr. Walton that mentioned, indoctrination or the perception of, DEI as a form of indoctrination. And, you know, as we know, there's a significant effort to remove DEI from
Right.
everywhere in
Yes.
higher education. Can any of you or all of you make an argument that DEI is not indoctrination, that it's somehow beneficial both for the faculty member and student? Can you make an argument against the current effort to remove DEI?
Right.
So I guess I would start by saying, think about the words, right? Diversity means difference, right? So it's a broad array. So it's like chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream, butter pecan, my favorite. Equity, making sure that everyone has the resources that they need in a way that they needed to do the things that they want to do, need to do, or are expected to do. Not just Black women or Black men, not just women, not just people with disabilities, but all people. And when we think about inclusion, so this word inclusion, in order to be included, that means there's this group, right? That there are outsiders that need to come in. So for me, when you say the words diversity, equity, inclusion, it is not talking about a certain group of people. It is talking about humanity. So that would be my argument against attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It benefits humanity.
I would also point out, I just read in the news today, that NSF is trying to kill off already signed for grants on, wait for it, DEI and misinformation. So that gives you a notion of the grouping that they're after.
So, yeah, it's funny, I know, I was talking to one of our colleagues in the biology department, and he had a grant pushed back just recently because he works in soil, and his grant application contained the phrase biodiversity. So now you've got scientists going back, trying to scrub their grant applications and basically finding synonyms for words which just make everything more vague and less and more abstract and so on. So the other answer I would give Chief Franklin is, somebody just said this to me, so obviously we're all nervous, right? Across academia, across higher education. As a Catholic institution, we have, I think, a certain measure of protection. Because as someone pointed out to me, if you go and read our DEI statement, it is pretty much our Catholic mission statement. Just with different words in some ways, right? So the Catholic mission is about about welcoming all people, about treating all people with dignity and respect. So that, to some extent, would be my answer. I mean, we're not trying to, the Catholic Church is not trying to indoctrinate you into Catholicism. Well, I'm an early Americanist. In those days, what the heck. But now, I mean, that's not really the mission. It is all, you're right, it is about humanity. And it's really just about again, I go back to awareness. Are you paying attention to the language you use, to the way you're creating assignments? And, just as you said, giving students more agency really can make a big difference. You don't have to mention the word race and they will suddenly feel like they have more, a broader range of things to work on and think about and so on. So, you want to follow with that?
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's an adventure during this schedule each year. So we now interrupt our regularly scheduled program. Melissa Mead has had a mishap on the way here. She's fine. She'll be here later in the day. But I want to give her a few minutes to tee up our next presentation while I look at some of the bio information. It is, and I want to thank Dr. Muhammad Aziz of the Institute of Neuroimmune Pharmacology for jumping in early. Dr. Farooq is an assistant professor, and he works in INET and works obviously with Dr. Chang. So his topic is using AI to uncover genomic links to alcohol-induced atrophy variability in adolescent F344 rats. I'm sure he will explain that thoroughly to us in the next half hour. So let me get out of the way. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Very good morning, all. Today, I'll be talking about using AI to uncover genomic links to alcohol-induced atrophy, variability in adolescent F344 rats. Our research question is basically all the animals receive equal amount of alcohol. At the end, we have find out that we're different size of spleen size. So, particularly, our hypothetical question is, what is the root cause of size decreasing the spleen size? Size was decreased. So, because of all the animals receives equal amount of alcohol, and finally you end up with different size, different spleen size. So for example, a large and medium and small size of the spleen. So that was the question we have. What could be the reason? What are the genes are responsible for the size reduction of the spleen? So that is our main hypothesis. Based on that, so from the utility point, in our F344 rats model, a binge ethanol exposure led to highly variable spleen outcomes. 30% of showed no atrophy, and 30% of exhibited severe spleen shrinkage, and approximately 50%, and remaining rats showed intermittent changes. So all the animals receive equal amount of alcohol, but the spleen size will be varied from the different, like even 30% of it shows the atrophy is a significant amount. So further, you can see the figure 1, the representative of spleen size, the showing reduced size of ethanol treated, and then compared with the controls indicating the alcohol-induced spleen atrophy. Our approach is we combined RNA sequence with the AI-based random forest model to identify the key genes that explain the variations. So these genes help us to understand who is the responsible for the vulnerable to alcohol-induced immune changes. So we have published in our lab on paper binge ethanol treatment causes a spleen atrophy. This is the background of our study. So coming to our workflow, so we have taken into the spleen and get this transcriptomic analysis. We have received 20,000 genes log fold change difference. So it is not easy to organize all the data to produce to get what type of genes can be reasonable for the spleen atrophy. So what we have done is it's not easy to, it's a large size data, so we cannot can able to hold in Excel or some other SPSS small statistical model. So we are trying to use with the large size data, we are using with the random forest model and using Python software we have used. So basically such a experimental design, what we have done is like we have taken into 32 rats. It's a male rates 15 and female rates 17. So out of ethanol treated is 10 rats and female for 12 rats. So from that each 5 rats were controlled. Based on the experimental design, we have prepared the data like out of 22,000 genes. So like animal ID and group and log expression and then spleen weight, we have grouped in the data preparation. After that, we have further we made a model into the random forest model. We entered into the using Python software, and then we have in that 70% of training and 30% of testing model. From the 20,000 genes, we have finally filtered out with the 500 genes. So for the 500 genes, then finally we are done with the Pearson correlation. Then after the Pearson correlation, finally come up with the IP analysis. And then finally we are likely to confirm that what type of genes will be root cause for the screen atrophy. This is my workflow for a study. So next, then how first we prepare the data. The data preparations, as I said earlier, the animal ID and relative spring weight, and then gene exposure and control groups all in such a way that we have made in the Python software. After that, we come into random forest model. The random forest model, how it works means it's what is gene impurity. It measures that how mixed the samples are in the group, and the lower value means the group is purer and mostly from the own class. For example, out of 20,000 genes, it will split into based on the 141 data sets will be split over there. Then after each split, from there 70% of training and 30% of testing. From there we will get that the algorithm split into the sample based gene expression. So based on the gene expression value from the each set, they will be giving the ranking. So based on the ranks, they will be finalized with the majority of voting. Then we will get that from the filtration of 500 genes. So from there, a random forest model will be working for this filtration for the out of 20,000 genes from coming to that 500 genes. So next, from that 20,000 genes, I have found 500 genes. That each gene scored, they will be given as a importance, gene importance. So each gene, how it will be helpful for the contributed model designed screen conditions, and then each gene higher importance value contribute the more classifying atrophy. These scores are based on how much a gene reduces the impurity and decision trees. So these are the top 500 genes ranked as selected as a downstream biological analysis. So these are the top genes features ranked by the random forest importance. So based on the importance scores, we have identified, and then each gene represents the contribution to classifying the speed phenotype of gene expression data. So higher bars indicates the genes with the stronger associated power in the model. So we have according to the top gene features, we rank into the random forest importance. So next, after that, importance of the genes, we have correlated with the Pearson correlation. The Pearson correlation plot showing that the relationship between the gene expression and then relative spring rate. Then x-axis it's a relative spring rate, and y-axis is a log for change. So for example, I have taken here it's a gene ENSCR1 and 11704. So it indicates that a strong negative correlation with the value of R minus 0.77. The red line indicates that it's a linear fit showing the negative slope. So likewise, I have done with the out of 500 genes with the positive and negative correlation. I have divided into based on the 500 genes. I have performed the Pearson correlation. From Pearson correlation, so I have given a model for here a positive and negative correlation. When the negative correlation is increased, when we get a negative correlation higher, the screen size will be decreased. So likewise here, the screen size is a 3.5 here, like based on the screen weight 1.5 to 3.5 here, mentioned the y-axis. So based on the size, the negative correlations increases, the screen size will be decreased. So next, the out of 500 genes, based on the Pearson correlation, positive and negative and neutral correlations, out of 500, 321 genes are where group A and group B, group C have divided into three type of correlations. So positive correlation for group B and negative correlations of group A, and then groups is neutral correlations. So all the correlations based on the value, I have performed IPA analysis. So from the IPA, what it gives us is what is the root cause of contribution of pathway signaling spleen atrophy. So from the pathway integrates IPA core analysis of the top 500 genes correlates with the spleen atrophy, correlate with activation of inflammatory and fibrotic pathways, and concurrently with the inhibition of immune regulatory circuits, revealing the mechanistic network underlying ethanol-induced differential spleen atrophy. So these are the G-score tell us that what are the pathways involved in the spleen atrophy, whether it's a plus value, it indicates that like an activation, and minus value will indicate that inhibitory pathways. So like these are the three pathways or inhibitory pathways like PTN signaling and PPR signaling, and then sleep NERF signaling pathways. These are the three pathways or inhibitory pathways, and the orange color shows that these are the pathways for activation pathways. Based on the G-score value, we have got into that final analyzed. So coming to the summary of our work, this study is machine learning guided system biology approach to identify the gene and pathways associated with the alcohol-induced differential spleen atrophy in adults and rats. And we have employed a random forest model, trained and gene expression data selected for the top 500 genes, and then Pearson correlation analyzed the group of genes by their association with the spleen size, and subsequently with the pathway enrichment with using IPA revealed that the activation of pro-inflammatory fibrotic pathways and inhibition of protective signaling, highlighting the key regulators of splenic degenerations. And then coming to the conclusion, the cumulative alcohol exposure leads to the transcriptional changes in the disrupted immune regulation and promote the splenic atrophy in rats, F3 rats. This integrated workflow highlight that key genes and pathways are likely responsible for that phenotype, provides a foundation for mechanistic studies and potential biomarker discovery in alcohol-related spleen immunity disruption. So these are the references I have taken for my studies, and I would like to acknowledge Dr. Thank you, INIP, Seton Hall University, Dr. Suli Chang, for the guidance and support for throughout the research. I sincerely thank you, Dr. Sarana Babu Sedambaram and Dr. Dean Pramod Kumar for introducing me, Dr. Suli Chang, which enabled to opportunity to Seton Hall University. And I'm also grateful to Associate Professor Provost John Buschamn and Dr. Jose Lopez for their continued support for me and then INIP, and heartfelt thank to Ms. Rubio for kindly accepting Dr. Chang's request to come in representation despite the late submission. And this work is supported by NIH grant awarded to Dr. Suli Chang. I extended appreciation to Mohammed Bashir and Verify for their valuable contribution for this project. It's funded by NIH. Yeah, one grant and AO 25965. Yes, sir. Thank you. Any questions?
So not only was he a late entry, he also substituted for us right away. So thank you again. I believe Jose has a question.
So your machine learning, the model that you developed there, I didn't quite catch it. Well, why didn't you just use the IPA, the commercial software? And can you maybe explain kind of the difference? Why not just stick with the IPA analysis? Why did you feel there was a need for the other model that you developed?
Yeah, and based on that, IPA cannot be used in large number of data sets. So first of all, we have to trim that with the base of random, like 20,000 genes. We cannot able to do with the IPA. So we have used random forest model. With the help of, we filtered that out of 20,000 genes, we filtered with the 500 genes. Further, for 500 genes, we use that IP analysis. So in that 500 genes, 350, 150, like 50 genes are separated positive, negative, and neutral correlations. based on the positive correlation and negative correlation only, we have performed the IP analysis. From the IP analysis, we found that signaling pathways, we confirm with the based on the results we have concluding which gene is responsible for the spleen atrophy.
The 22,000 gene and the 500 gene into separate population is simple. And then the tool had machine learning. And remember yesterday we talked about practices talked about solving about training and testing. So 70% of the gene that the methodology was using training the model to see how it's population and then use the other 30% testing. And then let's say about that 500 top genes according to that importance. So importance means that basically studying why the spleen atrophy is differential spleen atrophy every 7 years the biggest seven under of the spleen has changed. And it's like spleen go back to 50% less. And it's only in the change time that we might have a lot of people who is like clean at the same time. So this tool, we were able to get 500 gene according to the importance of the spleen atrophy, and produce appreciably to analyze. And it was peers and correlation first. And we found out that proportion 200 and 300 genes, and negative constant correlations. Last slide. Yeah, so the 500 genes have taken as 3 groups. One is this one negative correlated, one is not correlated, and that part is a variability. Okay, so I think this is giving very good hope that we will be able to understand why that we can. But now we need to go back to analyze those genes. What's really interesting? Right, the goal is because I think that's potential illustration related to the spiritual. And so it's very simple. Remember we talked about then training testing, and then so I run this study and myself learning more about the even yesterday we talk about the issue. This is something that the market is learning about data and testing. And it's very related.
Did it matter whether probably didn't come out, but whether it's a male rat or a female rat? I mean, there's sometimes better resilience, right, with females.
Male rats can consume all the alcohol they want.
But both animals have spleen atrophy, like
Both of them.
yeah.
It's not the same. Doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I want to point out that this gentleman is from JSS, where our guests in the back came from. They were mentioned at Petersheim yesterday, and he is a working scientist here. We have another coming to join Dr. Sully's efforts. As they say in Monty Python, now for something completely different. I'm very happy to see Dr. Nathan Oates here. His presentation is on travel and novel Watermark, a work in progress. Dr. Oates is here as a result of his URC award, long overdue in my opinion, and a promotion to full professor this year or last? Last. Okay. Dr. Oates is now a professor in the Department of English. Is Ryan here? Is he all set up, or do you not have slides?
I have the most rudimentary possible slides, but they are highly welcome.
Okay. Let me see. We have the time. Let's see if we can get that set up. You wanna stand or do you wanna hold the mic? Want to do Elvis or?
Yeah, I can.
It takes a while for it to come on. Parts of that, this one's on, it doesn't matter. You switch them. It takes a minute for it to hold, so.
Where are they, Marty?
So as they said, nothing could be more different from the last intricate, detailed, scientifically driven presentation than my project because I'm a fiction writer. So having served on a number of selection committees for grants in the past myself, I've noticed that fiction writers take two approaches to their grant applications. Either they pretend often, although perhaps sometimes it's not pretending, that they are in fact much more academic and archive and research driven than they in fact are based on my readings of their work subsequently, or they tell the truth, which is what I guess I'm going to try to do today, about how creative work actually happens and how research and travel, especially because my grant was to travel to Italy, where I used part of my URC grant to travel to Italy, and how that process actually synthesizes into something that becomes, hopefully, a novel. So this begins with the very act of creative writing, I think, or fiction writing, which is, as the writer, one of my favorite writers, Deborah Eisenberg, put in an essay called Resistance, almost indistinguishable from doing nothing. She said, the resemblance between writing and doing nothing at all can be striking, perhaps even profound. Sometimes the piece of paper that was blank at breakfast is blank still by twilight. Worse, and more often, it will simply have been defaced by banality. Then she tells a little story about a friend calling and saying, asking if she's busy, and she says, I'm writing, and the friend says, great, so let's go do something. And when she insists that she's working, she thinks, but are we working? Hard to say. Writing fiction, because we never quite know what a particular endeavor is until we have completed it, has no discernible borders. Whether we're at the typewriter or in the tub, our minds are in some way at the service of the thing that's taking shape within them. In other words, everything we do, including nothing, might qualify equally well or poorly well as work. So I think that that is definitely true. I had dinner this weekend with friends who are writers, and they were talking about the various grants that they were applying for and all of the ways they tried to couch and frame their work, when in fact, as they said, and this is why writers are always friends with other writers, because to everyone else this sounds like nonsense, probably. What you really want is just to be there, wherever it is that you need to be, because what the writer does is absorb in some weird and inexplicable way, a way completely inexplicable or different from the intricate, elegant, scientific presentation that we just had. Here it happens instead intuitively, unconsciously. Right? In creative writing class, we also often talk about how writing comes from the unconscious. Well, we don't actually know what we mean by the unconscious. I don't think any writer that I know doesn't have like a definition, doesn't know where it is or what it is or how it is fed. Given that, I applied for a URC grant, which I am immensely grateful for having received, and I used it for two things. One, for time, so as not to have to teach over the summer as much as I might otherwise have had to do in order to pay my bills, and the other to travel to Italy. I was already going to Italy on a study abroad trip that I teach in the summers, most summers. but I used it to extend my trip and travel to Venice and the Dolomite Mountains, which are the mountains north of Venice on the Austrian border, which is where the novel I'm writing, which was formerly entitled Watermark, now entitled A Different World, is set. So I will talk a little bit about that in a second, but I wanted to talk about the other element besides the unconscious experience, or experience in the unconscious, that feeds into the novel, which is other novels. I mean, any creative writer will tell you that the only way to be a creative writer is to read, and the only way to read is messily, right? This is something that you can't really teach in the classroom when you're teaching novels on contemporary America or early America. There's like an order, there's like themes and ideas. But in fact, if you're a writer, you read wildly and sort of chaotically. But I do feel like there are two primary narrative strands of the novel that my book is working in concert with, or in tension with often, or both at the same time. And one is the novel, basically, of social density, I guess I would call it, which is the primary line of the narrative of the novel, as it has expressed itself over modernism, going from Richardson to Jane Austen to Dickens to Joyce to Woolf and to Richard Yates and up and John Updike and through the future, where you have these densely woven, complex social worlds with all sorts of rules and dynamics, and the characters are working within them, and the characters understand their place. The other narrative, which exists contemporaneously to the, I was just putting the ball guy, I can't remember his name now, Wilson from Catholic, is the travel novel, which begins at the beginning of the novel. In fact, I guess you could say the earliest modern novel is Don Quixote, which is the travel novel itself. Robinson Crusoe by Defoe is a travel novel as well, and also in some ways a sort of novel of isolation, which my book also is to some extent, which I'll talk a little bit about later. And so these two parallel lines, one in which you have novels of social density and complexity, and the other of sort of individual isolation and strangeness, are the two sort of primary narrative lines. The other sort of commonplace we like to say in creative writing class is that there are two stories, essentially. One, a stranger comes to town, or two, someone goes on a trip. And that those two narratives form the foundation of almost all the stories, from the biblical narratives all the way through the modern novel. And so the novel I'm writing is set in Italy, is about Americans who are in Italy, who have a terrible accident while they're in Italy. And so is a novel that is about sort of both of these things simultaneously, in a way that is proven to be very complex but rewarding in my experience of writing it. Which brings me to the other point of the novel. So this is, I don't know why I put this slide right here, actually. And the whole time I was reworking it, I was like, should I move the slide? Should I just cut the slide? But it is an example of how the sort of random wildness of reading feeds into the production of creative work for the novelist. This is a poem by Elizabeth Bishop. It's not the entire poem. This is just the beginning of the poem. But it's while I'm writing a novel about anything, I try to read everything that I can find about that is remotely similar. So there's a lot of work about this, but Elizabeth Bishop is one of the great travel writers of the 20th century, and especially maybe the greatest travel poet, at least in my opinion. Anthony Hecht is also great and has a book called Venetian Vespers. But I was reading this poem and displeased with my title, in part because another book with the same title that it had before, Watermark, just came out. I thought, well, and also because I'd already stolen that title from Richard Brodsky, who has a book about Venice called Watermark. And so in that way, it was sort of a holding place, and I was constantly looking for a new title. I then was reading Elizabeth Bishop, read this poem, and got to this passage here. O tourist, is this how this country is going to answer you and your immodest demands for a different world and a better life and complete comprehension of both at last? And that when I read that, I felt this sort of click and put it as the epitaph of my book and changed the title to A Different World, because it's exactly what, in some ways, the book is about. As I mentioned, the book is set in Venice, which creates a sort of problem for any writer. I'm going to get to sort of why it's sort of a problem, but it's hard to see Venice, right? It's hard to write about it well because it has been so seen in some ways. There's this famous scene in Don DeLillo's White Noise, which Mary, you probably read that, right? In which they go to visit the most photographed barn in America. And when they go to it, the barn is famous because it is the most photographed barn in America. Why is it the most photographed barn? Because it's the most photographed barn. It's just a regular barn, but a lot of pictures have been taken of it. And while they're there, this very jaded academic named Murray, who's a New York City intellectual, says no one sees the barn. Right? They can't see it because it has been seen so many times, filtered so much in their anticipation of it and through the other scenes that have already happened that it is no longer visible. In some ways, I feel like this is a problem that attends to Venice and writing about Venice, which is maybe the easiest city to imagine of any city in the world. When someone says, imagine Venice, we all have an idea of what it looks like. There's canals, there's beautiful ornate buildings, some of them are yellow, some of them are rose. There's sunsets and cupolas and towers and so on. And so the city has this sort of density and familiarity to it that makes writing about it a sort of particular challenge. This is why I wanted to go to Venice. I had been to Venice several times before. I had been in the winter, which is when the novel is set, when Venice is quite different than it is in the summer, when I went over for this trip. But I'm not going to read through these passages, but these three examples of writing about Venice, which again, I'm trying to read everything I can find that is said there, sort of get at, so I mean, Thomas Mann, in his maybe the most famous Venice book of all time, Death of Venice, writes, tries to describe it, right? And uses what would now probably be problematic language in contemporary writing, like airy splendor, and trying to capture the sort of grandeur of it. Writers have sort of retreated from this to some extent into the description here by Daphne du Maurier in her novella, I guess it is, a very long short story, Don't Look Now, which is also made into a really good movie with a young Donald Sutherland, which I highly recommend. It's weird and very strange. But again, instead of trying to capture the glory and the splendor, as we see these words punctuated throughout the Mon, it tries to go down into the local, into the dark and the alleyways and the dank. And then maybe another very famous example of this more recently is Jeff Dyer, who's one of the leading travel writers in the writing in English now, who has a novel called Death in Varanasi, I think is how you say it. And one of the interesting things about this book that I found when I reread it for this project is that he basically never describes Venice. And he says in the book, there is no reason to describe Venice because everyone already thinks they know what it looks like, and no matter what you tell them about it, they won't change their mind. This is a problem for the fiction writer because I agree with Joseph Conrad, as he writes here in the preface to one of his novels, a work that aspires, however humbly, to the condition of art should carry its justification in every line. And art itself may be defined as a single-minded attempt to render the highest kind of justice to the visible universe by bringing to light the truth, manifold and one, underlying its every aspect. It is an attempt to find its form, in its colors, in its light, in its shadows, in the aspect of matter, and in the facts of life, what of each is fundamental, what is enduring and essential, their one illuminated and convincing quality. Their very truth of their existence, or the very truth. My task, which I am trying to achieve, is by the power of the written word to make you hear, to make you feel. It is, before all, to make you see that and no more, and it is everything. And this is sort of like my guiding principle in writing, and sort of challenge that this book presented. So one of the tools, I'll see if this works in a second. It's a video. So one of the tools that's available to fiction writers now writing travel narratives is, of course, Google Maps, right? I had lunch with another writer recently, and she was writing a book set in Spain, and I said, you're in Spain? She goes, why don't I go to Spain? I can just Google it, right? Google Maps. So that's also what I have done often when I've written books set abroad, maybe to remind myself of the place I've been, or if it's a place I've not been, to try to capture some of the granular reality to make you see, as it were. And so in Italy, in the novel, they are traveling in the Dolomite Mountains. I guess the video is not going to work.
You have to click that black box.
So. Well, okay, well, I can describe it anyway. Be better, I should say, I guess, obviously. But I was part of the opening scene of the novel, which I brought with me. I'm not going to read because I'm far too shy to do that, but and it's still in draft form. But it's set in the mountains of the Dolomites as they're driving to Venice through Austria and Slovenia, and they get into a car accident. I had done all this research before going to Italy. I had traveled every road that is on Google Maps, from the Austrian border down to major cities like Feltre and San Candido and some others in Italy, trying to figure out which route worked. And none of them seemed right, because all of them, as if you've traveled in Italy and driven, Italy has beautiful roads. Right? They're very well maintained. They're very controlled, and they're very heavily trafficked because Italy is the accident needed to happen somewhere remote on a not well maintained road, and it created this narrative problem. When I went to Italy, I drove these roads looking basically for the place, and I began to worry that the novel just couldn't function the way I had planned because none of the roads were right. If I had an accident on the road that I was driving in this video that you can't see, they would have been found immediately. They would have been immediately reported. There were video, there were traffic cameras, and all these sorts of things. I was concerned about this, staying up in the mountains, got in my car one evening to go to dinner at this restaurant that my wife had made a reservation at, which was up in the hills. We started driving, and immediately it started to pour rain, it started to get dark, and I started to think we were going to crash because the roads started to narrow, the guardrails went away, the roads were right at the edge of these deep slopes. Trees were leaning out over the road and ripping against the windshield as I was flinching and driving. The road turned to dirt, and then we turned around and went back down the mountain without having dinner because we couldn't find our way. And if I had not been in Italy and seen a place like that, then I think I would have lost faith in the opening, would have tried to reconstruct it, and would have reimagined it. All of this is to say that this is, at least for me, how writing happens, out of the sort of accidental collision of numerous forces. One, the imagination. One, books I've read and the traditions I'm thinking of and trying to place my work within, whether it's poetry or the novel. And the other, the actual tactile experience of being in the place. And the next morning, I'm not sure what time it is, so but the next morning I woke up and sat on the little balcony in the hotel room and immediately rewrote the opening chapter of the novel. And for me, that is in order to try to capture all of those little details, some of which I just described, in order to render sort of the world of the story visible to the character in a way that is not possible through Google Maps. So I'll stop now because I lost sense of time machine.
You're fine. Questions?
So how many drafts do you usually work on?
So I'm on my 9th draft of this one, and I usually do about 20. But at some stage, I give it to some other people to read, and they give feedback, and I incorporate that, and I do a few more drafts, then I give it to somebody else. And so I have my tiers of readers, my wife, and then my agent, and then eventually, I guess, the editor.
Well, curiosity. How do you handle the different drafts? For example, when I do my writing, and then I always tell my student and myself, I need to use translation.
So finally, from the version 1 to version 2, I pretty much only read the changes.
Yeah,
That's
so-
what you do too?
so I don't do track changes because the changes are so immense that it would look like it would be all red. The whole document would basically, there'd be hundreds of little comments in there. So there are so many edits that I save the draft, the file each time I like work on it, and with a new date, or not every single day, but like once a week maybe. And then I just make changes within it. And that's a weird sort of, and it's very different from academic critical writing where you have to make sure you've gotten all your points and you've maintained your evidence and all that sort of stuff. But this is more formless, right? And in some ways, and so things get lost. Then eventually, sometimes I cut whole chapters, paragraphs, sections, and then 5 drafts later, I'm like, actually, I need that. But I go back and I get it. And so I don't do track changes. And then eventually, I just do it by hand. So I try to do like 5 drafts on the computer. Then I print and I do it by hand. And then I do major revision, cross out pages, rewrite them by hand. And I do keep those. Throwing them away. This is, yeah. Yeah, I know writers who do track changes, and they post pictures of it on Instagram and stuff like that, and it's very impressive. But my mind is not as well really as that. It's probably evident.
So why Italy?
Why Italy? That's a good question. I lived in Italy for a year, and I wanted to have my characters. The novel, the sort of basic idea of the novel is that there's a family, they've had a sort of crisis in New York, and they've left and are traveling like around the world, sort of skipping around for like a year to sort of buy time and let this sort of scandal that has enveloped them in New York sort of fade a little bit in order to re-enter their lives. It involves their teenage daughter who did something quite terrible to another teenager. And so then they were traveling. I needed them to have this accident, but I needed it to happen somewhere that I sort of understood. So it could have happened in Turkey, and it could have happened in the mountains outside of Istanbul. But I don't know Turkey very well. And having lived in Italy, I felt like of the places in Europe where it was most feasible that this could happen, this is a place I understood enough. The sort of intricacies of Italian sort of bureaucracy that I had to navigate while I lived there, the various layers of the police and the relationship they had to Spectral and the government and the consulate and all that sort of stuff. It required a lot of research about who takes charge during what kind of investigation. But Italy was a place that I had sort of grasp on, and that I wouldn't have, even if I'd said in Germany, or Austria or Slovenia or Montenegro, or it could have been set in any of those places really. But it was the place I thought I could navigate most comfortably. And then I don't know why I didn't set it in Florence, which is where I lived, except that there aren't really mountains you can have a realistic accident in Florence. There's the hills, just that's it.
Who's the writer who said about your own writing? Sometimes you have to kill your babies.
Kill your darling. So it's John Gardner, yeah.
Gardner, okay. I mean, do you ever have regrets taking the pencil and, you know, it's like I worked so hard, I caught something, but.
Oh yeah, yeah, all the time. I mean, even in like the late editing stage of my novel when it was coming out, there was this paragraph that I loved in the opening chapter, and then in the last round of edits, my British and American editor were both like, maybe we should cut this paragraph. What does it even really mean? Does it even make sense? And it was just, I was like, no, we're fine. I cut it because I'm cooperative, but it was painful. But I do think the book is actually quite better without it. They were probably right. Thank you so much, and thank you to the.
Yeah.
And then so while we're getting set up, our next presenter is Dr. Farooq. He's an assistant professor of English. He teaches 20th and 21st century British post-colonial and global Anglophone literature. And his topic is Necrospace and Literature, the Unmaking of Undesirable Bodies in the Adolescent Frontier. Do you want to stand or do you want to hold the mic?
I can stay, yeah. I mean, it's okay. I mean, if that's fine without my name, you know, Jim is speaking.
Yes, for the recording.
Oh, it's here, but, okay, yeah, I can, yeah, okay, can work. Yeah, and can I use this clicker? Yes, okay. Well, thank you so much. It's a nice segue from Dr. Oates' presentation on the killing, the subject of killing and writing. I'm gonna speak about the subject of, yeah, is it okay? This works. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, I'm really grateful to the University Research Council for their generous support of funding this research over last summer and allowed me to kind of dig deeper into some of the ideas that I've been thinking about for a very long time. I am really grateful for that. So thank you so much. I'm actually, so the topic of the presentation is Necrospace and Literature, the Unmaking of Undesirable Bodies in the Afghanistan-Pakistan frontier region. The word necrospace is borrowed from the word necropolitics. Now, the word necropolitics was actually coined by a Cameroonian political philosopher and literary post-colonial theorist, Achille Mbembe. By necropolitics, he means that there are, he kind of like negotiates what Michel Foucault, another philosopher, had already coined the term biopolitics. So basically, Michel Foucault says that in order to manage populations, the governments do not have to use violence. They actually manage population by making some people live and letting other people die. And by making those people live, that is usually reflected in the infrastructure in places. Like, for example, the zoning or the spatial arrangement or decision-making regarding health issues or schooling or other kind of infrastructure that actually facilitates living of a certain population, of a certain group. Michel Foucault does acknowledge that it is basically racist in nature because the government has to choose between two types of population. One that they actually desire to make live, and the other that they can just ignore and let them die. This is the notion of biopolitics. Now, Achille Mbembe says no. In the colonies, in let's say in the concentration camps or in the colonies or in the plantations, that is not the case. There are other spaces where whosoever is in power are actually trying to kill people rather than making them live or letting them die. They actually kill people and letting people live. Anyone who can just live on the margin, who is not in this system. And he says that this is basically for such kind of arrangement, governments, international corporations, they actually create spaces of death. So whosoever, or what Mbembe calls death words. So whosoever enters that space, like a death word, they are automatically marked for death, irrespective of who they are. Now, this was like a fascinating concept that, because I am from the Pakistan-Afghanistan frontier, I've lived on the Pakistani side of the border region, so I thought this would actually speak to much of the literature that I have studied in my, throughout my research. So I look at this space. This is the border region between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and a lot of literature has been written about this space. And you may have heard expressions like this, the lawless zone, this is a zone of violence, all kinds of criminals and non-state actors and multinational, bad characters actually emerge here and train there, and violence always happens. Empires come here, perish there, and leave. And this space is like a space where death is continuously being produced. So I was actually looking at literary imaginary of how literature is actually engaging with this imaginary literature. So I had these questions for my research. How does literature conceptualize the space of necropolitics? Or how does this necropolitics mutate on the ground in the everyday interactions between the local population when they're subjected to all forms of death? And then what are the strategies that people use to survive in this kind of space? So for strategies, I realized that just like animals of prey are hunted by other animals, and the animals develop an affective knowledge in their skin, in their body, to chart out ways to protect themselves or to pay attention to sounds or smell something. In the same way, when your life is subjected to modern warfare like drones and the suicide bombers and all kinds of these actors, you also find a way or chart a way to live. Survival is the basic instinct that you have. Yeah, just live. So these are the basic major findings of my research that I have so far identified, reviewing a long list of imaginary literature. So the first one is I specifically look at the experiences that women living under these terrible conditions, what kind of poetry actually they create and compose, and how they engage with this kind of space. They usually engage with this kind of space through memory making, because in the necrospace, all kinds of memory is erased. Because if somebody's life is continuously being threatened, there is necropolitics, or the politics of death, is good at one thing: it doesn't leave any mark. It conceals bodies, it conceals every single sign that could be used to resist its power. Now, you cannot produce written literature in such space while you're living there. So the only option you have is you produce popular literature or folk tales, and you transmit that kind of literature through the word of mouth to other generations to kind of create space of solidarity. So that is one body of literature that I happened to find, and I translated myself into English and then worked with that. So these are the theorists that I earlier mentioned. They are informing this research: Michel Foucault, Achille Mbembe, and Giorgio Agamben. Because this research is in direct conversation, the only departure that I have in my research from their theorization is that the three of them, they are looking at power structure and how power actually affects these kind of relationships between life and death. My intervention is that I look at how this relationship is grounded in the local population, and how local population actually they kind of engage with these spaces of death from below, like from the bottom up, how they perceive it. And then what kind of forces make their lives grievable or ungrievable? Like Judith Butler coins the word ungrievability, and Judith Butler believes that anyone whose life is not grievable, their life is not preservable. So whose loss is important to you? That is the kind of group of population that power actually identifies. And then that is the second thread in my research that I want to explore, that how these parameters of grievability and ungrievability works in the language, in the discourse. These are the three exhibits that I'm going to briefly share today, because there are other bodies of work, but these three exhibits: one is Rudyard Kipling, very famous British colonial writer. The second is Nadeem Aslam. He's a Pakistani Anglophone writer who lives in Britain. He's a British Pakistani writer. And the third is a collection of Pashto poetry, Pashto is the language of Afghanistan and northern Pakistan, that women compose. And now this book has preserved some of those couplets, so just to show you that these things could be found online somewhere. Kipling, a lot of people, they know about the Pakistan-Afghanistan frontier because of 9/11. And all kinds of stereotypes or images or whatever notions, some true, some untrue, are associated with the region because of that intense moment or event. But if you look at literature or engagement with this space, the British colonizers were the ones who had a traumatic encounter with Afghans, and they had never recovered from that. And they had always written about it in both fictional and non-fictional literature. In non-fictional literature, the ideal example is Winston Churchill himself, who was a reporter in the same region. And he has extensively written about the region and his experiences and stereotyped the people in his autobiography, My Early Life. He was a reporter for the Telegraph, and he was reporting from that space. So he was writing about it. And Kipling is a writer who was born in India, educated in England, went back and worked for the frontier present on the border and written about it. Almost all his stories feature a character from the region. And so he, for example, in one of his famous short novella, The Man Who Would Be King, when you read it, here is just an example. He would say, you would be turned back at the frontier and cut off the minute you set foot in Afghanistan. It is like, it's the death war. Anyone who enters there doesn't come unarmed. There, so, and the second exhibit is like one of his poems. It is titled Arithmetic on the Frontier. It is that notion of calculation in which he calculates the British body versus the local population, and he weighs how much money the British spent on controlling this border and how much that money is worth protecting Indian empire from British India from the threat of Russian invasion in the Afghans. So we this region is part of like that matrix of calculation all the time, and it certainly shows like whose body or whose lives matter and whose lives don't. So in another poem that he wrote to a young British soldier in which he gives a piece of advice, he says, this was a poem that another British soldier after 9/11 rewrote to another British soldier. Like there was continuous engagement with this literature. So he says, if you are wounded and left on Afghanistan's plains and the women come out to cut up what remains, just roll to your rifle and blow to your brains and go to your God like a soldier. It is like a continuous and stereotype of the region is that not only men but women too have the same violent tendencies. In the ballad of East and West, which is a very famous ballad, it's a very long ballad, but the only thing he says that, I mean, this is the kind of ballad he says that the only compromise we could make with Afghans or with this region is that if they show some kind of loyalty to the British Empire. Otherwise, the East would always remain the East and the West would always remain the West. Now, Pakistani Anglophone writers, there are many of them, Kamila Shamsi, Mohsin Hamid, and Nadeem Aslam. There are so many, but one of them is Nadeem Aslam, who wrote 2 novels after 9/11, Wasted Vigil and The Black Man's Garden. And in both novels, he has kind of like followed the stereotypes that the British colonizers have created. Without visiting the region, without having an actual experience, without talking to, and all his major characters are foreigners. For example, the Wasted Vigil has one character, his name is Marcus. He's from Britain. He has 2 characters, David and James from the US. They're spies. And one character from Russia, her name is Lara. And he kind of makes Afghanistan as this big drop to the collapse of the foreign empires. In disregarding the entire local population. The only point where local population features in the novels is when they are either warlords or there is some kind of abuse against them, or they're threatening like the empires in some way, but they are never given like a central place in this kind of representation. So he has turned Afghanistan into this whole space into a place of the fellowship of wounds for all these foreign characters. But here's an interesting part of women's literature from this region. Well, this is the poetry that emerges from the region. People who are living in that space and are putting up with all kinds of violence, both local and global. And there are two major threads that emerge in that kind of poetry that women compose. Most women from Afghanistan and northern Pakistan are poets, and they compose poetry spontaneously. Like every single house, you will have 2 to 3 poets, without exaggeration. And people always like it when it's like a gathering or funeral or a wedding or any kind of gatherings, people would just exchange and sometimes even talk in poetry to each other. There is like a call and response in poetry, and they would just talk to each other. If they comment on something, they would just put it in poetry. This is the way like to kind of like secretly communicate with each other. So they have these women that people actually project the media as Burqa-clad women, always oppressed, are so politically savvy that they write about, or they compose poetry about all kinds of major events. Here are representative examples. For example, here's a couplet about the Mughal, which was a famous political dynasty in India. The Mughal in Pashtunwar, the people of Afghanistan and northern Pakistan. The war is kind of documented here, like one poet says, I tied my sword in the honor of Afghan. I'm Khushal Khadak, the brave man of the time. If you look at the Anglo-Afghan wars, they fought 3 wars, 1839, 1840, 1879, 1883, and 1919. And the first Anglo-Afghan war was really traumatic because 16,000 soldiers went to Afghanistan, Kabul, and none of them came back alive except one doctor who becomes a character in Sherlock Holmes. So they say if you return alive from Maiwand, which is the place where the second Anglo-Afghan war was fought, you, my beloved, will forever live a dishonorable life. And then the Russian Mujahideen war that was recently 1979, 1988, women in Moscow cried. Now these women are saying it just to rile up men around them. If our husband fight Afghans, our husbands will die. And the US invasion after 9/11, it was leave your sword and fetch your gun away to the mountains, Americans have come. This is how they actually gonna rile up resistance. And then the Taliban, it's not like they support Taliban. It is the space they call the Taliban is may God destroy the Taliban in their wars. They have made Afghan women into widows and whores. So it's kind of like a very nuanced resistance that they put into their poetry. Or this kind of like a double bind of death in most of this kind of literature. So for example, there is a certain resistance because it's not easy in that patriarchal conservative society to mate one's beloved. So there is a spring from which women fetch water and they secretly meet their beloved. That's like the dating site. So this is where they go. So they compose these poems and they say these poems so that people, the ones who need to hear them, they know they get the message. So this darling, come down to the river, I have baked you bread and hidden it in my pitcher. I mean, the more the Taliban suppress them, the more they find these secret clandestine ways to communicate and interact with their beloveds. And then the second, may God protect you on the way. The drone has killed 3 yesterday. It's just like a double bind of death. If you don't go and bring water, you may die of thirst. If you leave and you are not as a living or moving creature in that space, somebody's gonna target you as a coordinate on a map. Because somebody's watching you. So it's kind of like a double bind of death, and they just express their opinion about it. For example, they say, don't fetch water in the afternoon. small tigers will smash you to pieces very soon. Now, small tigers means Taliban, like the young Taliban, who are always hunting these women and kind of keeping them back in the four walls of the house. Or they also speak about the cyclical violence in the region, because one empire comes, just its muscle power there, then they leave, then another empire comes, and they say life doesn't move out of this violence. And they say it's kind of like a gameplay that we are in when we are living in this space. For example, here, gazing back at life like a compulsive gamer going home. So like continuously, every time they want to go back home, every time there's an invasion, there's violence, and life is appended. So they kind of speak about all these issues. So these are some of the conclusions that I have arrived at in my initial work. One of them is aesthetical and productive violence that I engage with, and there are the different kinds of subjectivities that emerge in this literature. The death-bound, the implicated in the quotidian subjectivities. Basically, in a necrospace, whatever decision you make, it's always a bargain with death. Always. How much you can bargain with death, how much you can actually live, for how long, for how many minutes. As we speak, like my village is completely surrounded by Taliban, and we live in Pakistan. And I've been speaking to my parents like last 1 week, and they say Taliban are all over here in the mountains. It's that kind of like bargaining, and you have to you just decide, should I leave, and how much is that food worth it if I leave and bring it? Can I survive without that food? Do I need it absolutely now to kind of bring it and expose myself to that? So these are the different kind of subjectivities that I have talked about. Some of them are the implicated, that how the local people also participate in the death-making practices. So I have also talked about that. Now the outcome of this research so far, I submitted one article to the journal. It is known as Literature, Critique and Empire. It's a highly respected journal in our field. Formerly known as the Journal of Commonwealth Literature. And when I'm submitting these slides to Maria, it was under review, but after that I received a revise and resubmit, which is a minor revision, just like reorganizing some of the ideas, stuff like that, which I plan to submit by the end of this month or maybe early next month. Second, that is one product out of this research, and second is that I have submitted a proposal to Northwestern University Press, and it is under consideration for my manuscript. So I would like to write a whole book about this whole experience. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Questions here?
So you talked about the subjectivity in relation to some of the necrospaces. Should we stay? Is it worth it? Can you speak to, or do you have any information on that subjectivity in relation to generational considerations, like do older people or people who may have more connection to a geographic location willing to endure, whereas younger generations are saying maybe this is not the space or place that I want to live in? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. And thank you. That's a very important question. Now, the people living in this region, they are known as Afghans and Pashtuns. These are the two names interchangeably used in British or in Indian vocabulary. They're known as Pathans. Now, one thing that is really striking in the entire literature of the region is the love of the land. And these people are extremely attached to the land. That is why when any invader comes, they tell them time is an asset. This is the first thing they tell every invader, time is on our side, because we're not leaving. We're here. You're here, just give it time, how long are you here? So across generations, up until this point, These people have stayed. As of now, as I speak, 10.9 million Afghans have been forcibly displaced, either internally or in the neighboring countries, Iran and Pakistan, or in other countries like the US, Turkey, and other places. But all of them have a desire to return, to go back. When life came back to a little bit of normalcy, when the US took over Afghanistan and installed Hamid Karzai and other presidents, most Afghans went back. They just want to live. This is the place there is a love of land. They don't want to leave. And necropolitics actually is more interested, like any colonialism, more interested in the land rather than the people. And especially with the current politics for the rare earth members across the globe, most people are very much interested in the mountains of Afghanistan, in northern Pakistan, in the entire region, than in the actual people. So colonialism of necropolitics, the sheer this common quality is in order to occupy the geographical lane, you have to turn the local people into evil, into a danger, and into a threat. So that there is, like, everybody cries that this threat or this evil must be eliminated. And when any harmful thing or any harmful creature is eliminated, the rest of the world feels safer. So that is kind of the discourse that is created about the people, that these are a dangerous element, they must be created. And that's why the people show more and more love for the land. And they stay there. At least as of now. I'm not sure what is going to happen in the future, because there is an active engineering of the space that these mountains must be available to global exploitation and extraction very soon. Yeah.
So I have a slightly personal question. You got your PhD from Kent State University.
Yes.
What, there aren't very many people from your region of the world in Northern Ohio. How did you make an adjustment to Northern Ohio?
It was, okay, so adjustment to the region was surprisingly easy, because the Northeast Ohio, it shares many cultural affinities with New Jersey, New York, because they're more kind of like Cleveland always takes pride in this kind of like Eastern culture, like East Coast culture, rather than the Bible Belt or the West Coast, like the Midwest. Within the university was surprisingly really good, partly because of the May 4th, the 1970, the history of war and violence. I actually taught a course on May 4th at Kent State University. So people were really like motivated to speak about, I speak against war, all kinds of violence. In almost every department, I could find partners. So I had no issues. And then one of my advisors was writing a book. Her book recently came out with Ohio University Press. It is called The Feeling of Letting Die, Necroeconomics and Victorian Fiction. So I had the theoretical support because my advisor was already invested in the theoretical framework that I was writing about. They were not so much familiar with the literature of the region, so what I did is I asked a professor of Pakistani origin, Masood Raja, who's working at University of Northern Texas, to serve on my committee. So kind of like keep me in check and to inform the committee that what he's doing is actually like the translations and other stuff, that this is right on point, yes. So those were some of the strategies I use.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there are no other questions, we'll move to our last schedule, because Dr. Aziz moved up for us, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Three. You know, one iron.
Thank you for your patience. Our next and final, and let's see if Dr. Mead shows up before lunch. Presentation is from Rory Murphy and two of his students. Dr. Murphy is a professor in chemistry, and his students are Natalie Suarez and Daniela Moncada on synthesis, characterization, and spectral devolution of iridium-3 cyclometalated complexes of OLED applications. They'll explain to us what they mean.
First off, I'd like to thank everybody for their patience. The goal of their URC last summer rather, was to fund their PhD research, to give them a chance to get a real jump on it. And it was very productive. They've already presented their research at the American Chemical Society's national meeting in San Diego last month. And I expect that we'll have our manuscript published before the end of the summer, so we have one ready to go. And I thought that since they did the work, that they would be the best people to talk about it. So, I helped, but it was all theirs. So.
So, hi everyone, I'm Daniela. Again, what Dr. Murphy was talking about, the basis of our research was based off iridium complexes to work with them for OLEDs, which is the focus of our research group. So I'm not going to read the entirety of the abstract because it's very long, but to give you an idea of what it is that we work with, I want to read the first sentence so you understand what OLEDs are. So organic light-emitting diodes, or OLEDs, are electronic devices that employ a series of thin light-emitting films composed of various heavy metal molecules. So if I go to the next slide, this is what I'm talking about here. Generally speaking, it has to do with what we use to light up our phones, our TV screens, things like that. So organic light-emitting diodes, otherwise known as OLEDs, they consist of four main layers. So the first layer here is the cathode, where electrons are ejected. The following layer is the emissive layer, which transports electrons. Next, we have the conductive layer, transporting holes from the anodes, and then the anode, where electrons are emitted. One thing I didn't say was that OLEDs were first developed in the late 70s, early 80s. Next, the organic molecules are used to produce photons. Not only this, but they're the electrode provides all the charges within that device. And the active component should be neutral, where it was determined that the transition metal complexes are more effective than using polymers. So the proposed pattern that we've used is iridium, which is the metal that we've used, with two cyclometalating ligands and one dative ligand. So to better understand that, I'll explain that on the following slide. By using this pattern here, we're able to emit higher states of metal to ligand charge transfer, which again is very important for OLEDs because it allows for a stronger phosphorescence, where that would essentially mean that our screens or the light that we're seeing is much stronger, much brighter. Okay. And then iridium is highly emissive, again, very important because we want our screens or the light that comes from that fluorescence of the complex to light up and do it for a long period of time. There's broader color tuning due to its high ligand field stabilization energy. So originally, ruthenium was the transition metal that was used, but it was determined that the color tuning of it was very limited to the red-orange color. Using iridium, it allows for a wide variety of different colors to be used. So we're moving more towards the blue range, yellow range, green range. It possesses radiant lifetimes in the range of microsecond, which means the quantum efficiency will improve. This here, I don't know. This here just kind of shows what the complex would look like. So first, talking about dative ligands. So dative ligands are molecules containing nitrogens attaching to metals by donating a pair of electrons, like giving the metal a loan to help for a stable connection. So dative ligands differ from cyclometalating ligands because in dative ligands we have two nitrogen bonds. So two nitrogens, sorry. So you can see here as an example, we have 2,9-dimethyl-1,10-phenanthroline. As a short name, we call it neocuproid, neo, because it is a mouthful. You can see here that there are two nitrogens. So these two nitrogens will be donated to our iridium metal center. On the contrary, we have our cyclometallating ligands, where you can see that the cyclometallating ligands only have one nitrogen bond. The other bond, or one nitrogen, the other is a carbon. So the carbon would be here, the nitrogen is here. This as an example is 2-phenylquinoline. The short name for it is PhenQ. And here, instead of donating the two nitrogens, like in the dative ligand, the cyclometallating ligands donates one carbon and one nitrogen to our metal center. Again, for us, that is iridium. So the preliminary work that has been done on this was done by our predecessor, Dr. Dixon, who graduated last year. She used different different combination of cyclometallating ligands and dative ligands to determine what combinations would work best and yield the best results. So she determined that the cyclometallating ligand of 2-phenylpyridine, the short name PPY here, with neocuproin as the dative ligand, it yielded the lowest amount of product, 2.9%, which is very low, in comparison to using phenylquinoline as a cyclometallating ligand with neocuproin as our dative ligand, which gave a yield of 88.2%. So there is a big difference between the two. Different iridium transition metal complexes were made. Here, this is just the table showing the different combinations that were used by Dr. Dixon, where essentially she got the result of the greatest quantum yield and the lowest quantum yield. So now I'm going to hand it off to Natalie.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Natalie. So based off of Allison's work, we were now interested in doing some Gaussian modeling of everything. We did the Gaussian modeling with the complex she synthesized that gave her an 88% quantum yield. So basically what this is it's either an absorption or an emission spectra, but these spectras are very convoluted. So our job was to basically deconvolute them, make them simpler. We did this by looking at 3 different parameters. So the first was peak position, which corresponds to the energy. We did peak intensity, which correlates with the relative contribution of the emission band. And then lastly, standard deviation to describe the width of the peak, and it's related to the broadening of the emission band. We did this through Excel. So what our lab did last year was basically make an Excel sheet in which we could give it our data that we took from either the absorption or the emission. And then we would normalize the intensity and calculate each band individually. So here, what we found was that this blue line was one of the major contributors of the spectra, and then we had 2 minor contributors. Now, we were also very fortunate to get a grant for ChatGPT. So we decided to take advantage of that and also attempt to do this on ChatGPT. When we did this, we got somewhat similar results. The only difference really is that ChatGPT suggested that we had 2 major contributors and only 1 minor. But if you were to look at our parameters, for the most part, they are on par. The biggest takeaway from this is, although Excel is great, we do tend to do it twice just to make sure that if I did it first, I didn't input an equation incorrectly. So we do have to double check our work. This, I would takes us roughly 30 to 45 minutes. It kind of depends on how many bands. We know that we're done with the bands once our chi-square value starts to increase again. We want to get it as low as possible. Whereas with ChatGPT, it takes it maybe like 5 minutes at most, because you would tell it fit this to however many Gaussian bands you believe is ideal. Now here, this is just a comparison of the normalized intensity, which is what we calculated, the manual fit that was done through Excel, and then AI's manual fit. These spectras are offset vertically for your visualization, but if we were to put them all on the same axes, essentially, they would be one on top of the other. So we know we got great fit on our end, Excel and AI. So this kind of showcases how AI has the potential for rapid spectral data fitting. And then once more, so we did it for every compound Dr. Dixon was able to synthesize and write up in her dissertation. And basically through Excel and through AI, we were able to produce identical Gaussian peaks. So we know moving forward, we can trust AI to do this for us. Obviously, we would still want to do it on our end through Excel just to verify everything, but it is a great alternative to have. Now, moving on to our new pattern of interest, Dr. Dixon did 2 cyclometalating ligands. Our interest now focuses on 2 dative ligands. And then we have 2 hypotheses. One would be that by increasing the nitrogen count, we can now have greater stabilization of the metal to ligand charge transfer, which also means we can have a shift towards the shorter wavelength, which would be blue. And then just like to add on, blue emitters are harder to synthesize than those that are red or orange. So for our ligands of interest, we did stick with 2-phenylquinoline as our cyclometalating ligand because as we saw, the quantum yield was relatively high and we do want a high quantum yield at the end. The only difference is that our dative ligand of choice is 2,2-bipyridine. Now with 2,2-bipyridine, we have a potential to flip. So what this means ideally we want to connect via this nitrogen and this nitrogen, but this can freely rotate, so we could also get a carbon bond and a nitrogen bond. So when it came to synthesizing our product, we knew that this was something we had to pay attention to. In terms of synthesizing it, we have yet to adapt it to a microwave synthesis, so it does take a little longer than we would like it to. We started with a 1-to-2 ratio of our dative ligand with our iridium trichloride. We refluxed it in a traditional manner, so we had our heating mantle, our round bottom, and then our condenser, which connected to the water. This was heated for 2 hours at 180 degrees Celsius. We got that intermediate right there. Our next step was to get rid of the chlorides because it's harder to attach another ligand when there are chlorides present. So what we wanted to do was substitute the chlorides for trifluic acid. So we did that by refluxing it for an additional 4 hours with some trifluic acid. And then lastly, we added in our cyclometalating ligand of choice, refluxed it for an additional 7 hours, and we got our compound of interest. Now from here, we want to test the structural analysis to make sure we've synthesized what we expected. Unfortunately, on our end, that was not the case. We did see aromatic proton signals. So for those of you who aren't familiar with NMR, especially proton NMR, you're basically looking at the hydrogens that are attached to your compound. So when it comes to aromatic compounds, their signal tends to be between 6.5 to 8.5 ppm. We had ours pretty much on that spectrum, which was perfect. Now, the only issue is we expected to see 15 signals. We only saw 14. So that basically tells us either one or both of our 2,2-bipyrimidine ligand flipped and attached as a cyclometalating ligand. This was one of the forms we were able to kind of confirm that we didn't synthesize the product we were interested in, but we followed it up with a MALDI. Now, MALDI technically can't tell you what type of metallation happened, but it does tell you basically what kind of compound you synthesized. So we knew going into this that our compound would have a molecular weight of 708. So if you look at the end, you can see a molecular ion peak there. So it's consistent with our molecular weight. So we have the iridium, the 2 ligands that should be dative, the 2,2-bipyridine, and we have the 2-phenylquinoline. We also have fragmentation, so we can see at 156, that would be our Muphy ligand. At 205, that would be our 2-phenylquinoline. The other thing this does is it works with mass to charge. So we knew that if we wanted it to attach as a dative ligand, our overall charge would be 2, which would mean we would have to take our molecular weight divided by 2, and we should be able to see that peak in between, and it's not present. Now, if we had 1 Muphy attached as a cyclometalating ligand, that would mean our overall charge would now be 1, which is what the graph is pretty much showing. It's consistent with 1 Muphy being dative, 1 Muphy being cyclometalating, and the 2-phenylquinoline, which is cyclometalating. So in conclusion, we didn't necessarily synthesize what we wanted to, but moving forward, we have an idea of how we can get this to work better. So one of our future works, which is what we're doing currently in the lab, We've switched from 2,2-bipyridine to 2,2-bipyrimidine. There are now 4 nitrogens. So no matter where the complex flips, it would only be able to attach via those nitrogen bonds. So we believe that by using this ligand rather than BIPI, we can achieve what we want to. We also want to move our AI generative mapping to either R or Python for more efficient processing. And then we have a few compounds which have benzo H-quinoline and 2,3-diphenyl as our cyclometalating ligands that we don't have quantum yields yet. So ideally, we do want to get the quantum yields for those compounds. And then lastly, we just want to give acknowledgments to Dr. Dixon for all the work she put in. Obviously, Dr. Murphy, his support, we wouldn't be able to do anything without him. The Murphy Lab Group, the Seton Hall University Research Council Award, and then the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry. That's it. Thank you very much.
Wants to ask a question.
So, you did your Excel modeling there. Why do you think it's different from the ChatGPT? Did you input different data or the same data?
It's the same data, but ChatGPT does have codes for Python and R. So we believe that with Python and R, the data is more efficient, let's say, because obviously with Excel, we don't want to show all the decimal points. So we kind of have it give us up to 2 or 3, depending on what compound we're looking at. Whereas ChatGPT, it gives us its best suggestion. So we think that maybe if we would have told ChatGPT, give us only 2 decimal points, we may have been more on par with it.
So you can still do that, right?
Yes, we can. We are actually also working, well, Dr. Murphy and another grad student are attempting to move this right now to Python. So eventually we want to compare all 3 and see which way we get the best data.
So the Python code, I mean, that you're extracting out from the ChatGPT, wrote it for you? Or you partially.
You know, I'm a coder from way back, so I'm also going to stay on top of what it said.
Mhm.
You know, that's it. You know, one of the challenges too is this is nonlinear regression, so it's sensitive to the initial input, and so as that could be part of the problem is that you know ChatGPT isn't necessarily set up to do this.
Right.
You know, it's just in fact in some respects it's amazing it could do it at all. But you know, our initial idea was, well, give us the code for it, and it actually did the experiment.
Mhm.
So it's some of it is also us learning how to fold, you know, AI type things into doing science, because it's used. If we've seen it where, like, one of the things that Dr. Dixon encountered when she went out to work with, how much AI, you know, they use a lot of Claude, but you know how much that shows up, you know, in industrial work, and particularly IP work, you know, which is what she's doing. So it's like pairing up lawyers with litigators with expert witnesses, you know. So it partly it's like, let's see how this works. So we just thought we'd give it a try.
So, and just one final question. So on ChatGPT, is the data you produce protected, or you put it out in the public domain?
Well, it's technically OpenAI, so I'm going to assume it's on a public domain, but we did kind of make our own chatbot within ChatGPT. So I don't really know how that part works.
Yeah, that's protected.
Okay.
It's in your chatbot. Okay.
And it's also within the Seton Hall license.
Yeah.
You know, so it's there's certain restrictions that even they apply.
Other questions? I just want to point out these are PhD students, so don't get a complex thinking they're undergraduates.
Yes, they're both you know, working on their dissertation. They passed all the candidacy exams. So I expect Natalie will graduate in May and Daniela the following May. So,
Well, thank you very much.
and thank you.
Okay, that is it. We will see you after lunch, beginning at. Okay, thank you.
That can only attach the budget, but the total direct costs to requirement organization and total project Yes.
Sure. A little bit, you know, we are pointed that way, so it won't be as bad as if you were sitting in front of this right there, but it's, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like, it's catching you. That's right, I remember. That's right.
They actually have a ton of
And 175 for project cost. That means we are putting in $25,000.
Right, yeah, that's incorrect. It should be hundreds of these.
Well,
Or more for, yeah.
or if he's going to do that, now let me see what the volume is.
Oh, hey Diana, I didn't grab the phone with me.
Well, tell him not to certify until.
Yeah, that's a fair out there.
Because I want to do like this,
Okay.
okay?
No problem.
Let me get another opinion on that. Whatever, real. Diana's trying to find the parking spot. Can she park the spot for faculty?
And this, you got 2 minutes left. Usually we're trying to get between the three.
The staff member progress of faculty by Bethany.
By Bethany, so that's a good question. I've never done it before.
I've always.
I don't think they would get flagged if they have a pass, regular pass, but hopefully you could dispute it if it was an issue, you know.
We seem to have a cautious optimistic yes here. We could always dispute it.
Yeah, then it's sad.
Yeah. We had two good.
On ours.
Okay. Right, right.
She does have.
Right.
She has.
She had a parking pass. Oh, yes, definitely has a parking pass, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
This says anyone who has
I think,
videos that I run.
I don't think they would tell you, I think
We like to be on time.
I think it's starting, so I'm gonna be quiet.
So are we recording now?
Yeah.
First off, before we go any further, I'm John Buschamn. I'm the Dean of University Libraries and Associate Provost for Research and Innovation. I want to acknowledge and thank Norma Rubio of OGRS, the Office of Grants and Research Services, and Maria Alonso, who's behind the big monitor back there, for organizing this part of Petersheim again this year. This was the brainchild of Norma a few years ago, and she's sorry every year that she funked it, but I think it's well worth it. The videos of the sessions do get used and viewed, so we put them up on the OGRS website. So without further ado, our next presenter is Dr. Jessica Dimka in the Department of Anthropology. And what is the department called now? Okay, you heard that for the record. She is doing a presentation on patient perspectives on delayed care during COVID-19 panic. Dr. Dick.
Thank you everyone for coming. I mentioned earlier, maybe I did. Hold up here.
Come forward so that you're not too close to the speaker yet.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier that I'm having a little bit of asthma for allergies, so you hear a lot of heavy breathing, that's why. As much as I'm talking about the patient perspectives on delayed care, and this is really drawing from perhaps one of the most recognizable and enduring images from the pandemic of the flattening the curve. This really was highlighting the importance of social distancing and staying home to prevent transmission, but perhaps one of the implicit or even explicit messages received as well was that only COVID-related conditions would or should be prioritized by an overburdened healthcare system. And as a result, many individuals may have postponed or missed their preventive screenings or other types of healthcare for non-COVID conditions, either voluntarily or involuntarily. In one survey, nearly half of US adults reported that they or members of their households experienced delayed care during the pandemic. So the purpose of this study was to better improve understanding of the reasons why people delayed care and potential consequences or their health status as a result. And we're taking two angles in particular to add to existing research, one being more qualitative insights from participants versus the more common research that's focused on survey data, quantitative analyses, and hospital visit records. And we also noted that many of the studies or commentary pieces on this were really written early in the pandemic with very limited analysis of later or current perspectives. We recruited participants using flyers on campus and in surrounding communities, as well as the communities of my collaborators in Virginia and Maryland. And additionally, study information was shared with professional and personal networks, including through emails and message boards. And participants could opt for either a virtual interview on Teams, a Qualtrics survey, or both. These numbers are a little bit off. They're now 13 and 35, but the statistics are approximately the same. The results I'm going to talk about today are primarily from the interviews, with some supplementary data from the survey as well. There were several emerging themes that were identified from the interviews. My external collaborators are actually going to be in town on Friday. We're going to go through those and finalize those with the student research assistants. Our current coding dictionary has 41 codes divided into 7 larger themes, so obviously I'm not going to talk about everything today, but I do want to highlight some of the more prominent initial themes that we identified. The survey responses indicated that mostly people felt their delayed care was not their choice. They felt forced into it by cancellations or rescheduling from their doctors. The interviewees, however, were able to discuss a more nuanced situation where they could describe sometimes voluntary, sometimes involuntary delay of care based on the context or the health concern. There was a mixed response regarding current health status. Some people felt to be more or less back to where they expected or wanted to be, while others still felt like they were struggling, sometimes blamed on the pandemic and sometimes just assumed to be due to other factors such as getting older. Keeping in mind the small sample size, this chart is also suggesting declines in perception of overall health from the survey. It's showing, if you can see, hopefully the blue line. It's not showing up on the screen. The blue line is people who said their health was very good to excellent, the orange is good, and the green is fair to poor. And many people, the majority of people said their health was very good to excellent before the pandemic. This drops during it, and it stays fairly low even into recent months. Keeping in mind, this is a one-time survey, so recall bias might be playing a role here as well. Most participants reported being understanding of issues with the healthcare system during peak phase of the pandemic, but there's almost universal dissatisfaction with their healthcare in more recent months due to delays and cancellations and feeling like a lack of time spent with your providers or lack of connection with them. The last thing I'll mention here is, I need better terms for this. Right now I'm kind of going promoters and detractors. These are things that participants frequently discussed that might be affecting their health outside of healthcare, going to the doctor. So things like going for walks, your daily walk for your health, or virtual social connections, or perhaps feeling weight gain or anxiety. All of these may, of course, be affecting their health as well. And participants also described a range of feelings and experiences with telemedicine as a way of accessing healthcare during the pandemic as well. So some more details on this will be presented by my students at the Oncology Showcase this afternoon. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave right after this to go help set that up. And if you were able to join us, please do. But for the rest of the presentation, I hope our plan to talk about 2 illustrated interviews to highlight some of the things brought up by the participants. The first participant described very regular and satisfactory healthcare prior to the pandemic. Her and her family members were able to get to the doctor in a reasonable amount of time, and they kept on schedule for their exams and preventive screenings. Especially during early peak phases, they mostly stayed at home and did not get sick. There were some concerns about dental care falling behind, but otherwise did not see the need as being worth the risk, as illustrated by the quote, "Unless you really need to go, why go when there's going to be obviously sick people?" Later, when they did attempt to get health care, she reported frustration with being unable to get access. One particular provider canceled and rescheduled multiple times on her. And these delays in access concerns are really contributing to one outcome in particular that was noted, where her husband hurt his shoulder at work and needed surgery, and that ended up being postponed from people being sick or being behind 2 months past when it was scheduled. He has never regained full mobility and received a disability settlement. And so she concluded by saying she didn't know if that was because of being delayed repairing it, with the implication that it certainly didn't help. When asked for concluding thoughts, the respondent noted that she thinks nobody that lived during that time is going to be the same as they were mentally or whatever. People feel like we're back to normal, but anybody who was around at the time is going to have bad thoughts about the experience. And this was one topic that was frequently mentioned by participants, this issue of the kind of lessons learned or reflections about the general population or the general impact on the broader world. The second participant I wanted to highlight is because it's a rare example of someone who describes some positives or even silver linings, perhaps related to the experience. I'll explain this is largely about their situation prior to the pandemic, rather than healthcare experiences during it. The participant described growing up in a, quote, very alternative medicine household, but even prior to the pandemic, she began moving away from that mindset, furthered by the, quote, very conspiracy-oriented attitudes of the people she was around and seeing for healthcare. And so she eventually got into Medicaid coverage, and when she was contacted about scheduling a preliminary appointment, this was in April 2020, and she said that she didn't want to take time away from the doctor. She was healthy, and she thought that people had more important concerns. So this is another example of, at least initially, a voluntary decision to delay their care based on many of the kind of messages being sent by the healthcare system about being sure to prioritize COVID patients. Towards the end of a hiking trip, she began to feel ill with high fever, chills, and headache, and she looked up to see what she should do. The recommendation is to go to the hospital. They were driving through a more rural area at the time, and so every time they came across the clinic, the policy of that system in the area was there's no walk-ins allowed. Doctors know or maybe to come in on the ambulance or something. Otherwise, you had to wait for business hours and a scheduled appointment. So later on, when she gets to a more urban area, she was able to go into an ER. And the doctor was not sure what the issue was. Later on, as this image might give you an idea, a characteristic bullseye rash appeared, suggesting Lyme disease. So when she went back in, the delay was twice as long and way worse than the first time. This Lyme disease was treated and resolved, but the participant continued to struggle with anxiety about using healthcare during the pandemic. With this quote here, this is highlighting that logically, if I'm sick, I need to go to the doctor, but also the anxiety of feeling like I'm breaking the rules. But the quote went on to discuss the family culture surrounding healthcare. So really, the implication is more about the experiences and relationships, about the underlying perspectives about healthcare, rather than the pandemic worsening. Nonetheless, she did note that really the situation improved her life and her health. She noted that she didn't know if it would have happened without the pandemic, but being able to see a vast difference in how people are approaching knowledge and facts and information about health and contagious diseases laid bare what was real and was not real for me. So again, these are just a couple examples of interviews. They do demonstrate the sort of trajectory that was described by a number of participants, where at first they were delaying care, or when they did try to receive care, they were very dissatisfied with it, and then potential outcomes, as well as new perspectives on their health and healthcare. This was described by several participants, including some who were diagnosed or screened for cancer or being treated for other chronic health conditions. There were about 4 or 5 participants who had been pregnant and gave birth during the pandemic, who also talked more specifically about those types of healthcare needs as well. Overall, from these different interviews and surveys, have some conclusions. One being, we cannot just assume that the only health impacts of the pandemic is the cases and deaths from COVID itself. Given the range of different reasons and conditions discussed, the short and long-term consequences of missing or delayed care could be very numerous and indirect, and especially as we get farther and farther away, those associations and correlations are harder to track. The full impact can be very difficult to measure. Another factor is the sample size, especially for the survey. On that note, if you have not seen the flyers, some are on campus and in the library still. Also the QR code there. We are still recruiting for the survey. One important note for the sample is the age diversity. So the participants in older age ranges in particular are very underrepresented. Some feedback from members of my network included this could be about privacy concerns and being unwilling to discuss health conditions. This, of course, is problematic because older people in particular may have more health needs and be more likely to delay or miss care because of perceived and perhaps very real risks of being infected. We also have a lack of gender and racial diversity, and this is an issue for due to known health disparities and outcomes for both COVID and other conditions as well. Future directions will include, I hope, simulation modeling, which is one of my main strategies. And the goal here would be to primarily to estimate the ranges of possible outcomes when individual healthcare choices are and behaviors are being varied in response to the level of burden of the infectious disease within the population. So just wrapping up here, I'd like to thank you for your attention. I would also like to thank the University Research Council for funding, my student research assistants and external collaborators, of course, the research participants for the time and sharing their stories. And if I may, I would also like to dedicate this research to several family members who were dealing with significant issues during the pandemic, two of whom unfortunately passed away. And of course, many factors contribute to this, but I hope that appreciation and awareness of the competing health needs during a crisis event could help figure out how to reduce such losses in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I'd like to start out with a quick question myself. In your overall responses, how much did sort of costs, economics, and the uncertainty around those play into the decisions and the mindset?
Yes, that's a very good question. It actually did not come up too much. I can remember off the top of my head 2 participants talking about it. One had an ongoing issue with costs. So it was more about transportation and parking, and that was an issue even before the pandemic and continued to be one. And then one mentioned specifically concerns about healthcare costs and trying to save money during the pandemic, and that would be one reason why. But it was only 2 people out of 13 at this point participants who brought it up.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Jessica.
So it's part of it. Yeah. Unless it was, it's not really so stop, but otherwise you can pretty much slide the other. There should be enough spread in the 7 during the hour, so that's how we go there. So basically, you just have camera 1, camera 2. The most important thing during application is to see.
Okay.
So
our next speaker is Dr. Nicholas Dayan. Did I pronounce that correct? Okay. I'm going to hand this to you. He's an assistant professor of management in the Stillman School of Business, and he joined us in 2023 from Cal State Monterey Bay. He is focused, his research is focused on non-market strategies, including corporate political activity, corporate social responsibility, and corporate philanthropy and governance, which oddly enough overlaps a little bit of work I'm doing right now on non-political legitimation in the social sector. So I'm looking forward to hearing you talk.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the invitation. This talk is based on research that I have done while I was in France, looking at hybrid organization. So hybrid organizations are actually everywhere. They're basically companies and non-profits that, unlike most, have more than one logic in how they operate. So typically, a company or a non-profit have one logic, which is the for-profit logic or the non-profit logic. But there are hybrid organizations that try to do both at the same time. So here you have some examples of pretty famous ones, and others are less so. But for example, Tom's Shoes, back 10 years ago, they invented the 1-for-1 business model where you buy one pair of shoes and they donate one pair of shoes to a child in need in the developing country. Or more recently, OpenAI, which was set up as a non-profit that operates a for-profit company. So it's basically all those organizations that are trying to both have a for-profit activity, but at the same time want to also maximize their social impact. And so typically that leads them to have somewhat different organization for their company. So that can lead to things like, for example, being a B Corp, a certified B benefit corporation, or being a non-profit with a commercial activity. For example, Homeboy Industries in Los Angeles was set up by a Catholic priest, and they operate a restaurant and a cafe. So that's a for-profit activity, but it was set up by a non-profit, and the main goal in terms of social impact is the insertion into the work after having been jailed. So they're taking care of people that are formerly gang members. Okay, so that's basically what we wanted to look at, a hybrid organization. And the common assumption with hybrid organizations is that they are welcome with open arms because they try to do well and do good at the same time, and who's not for having companies around that care about more than profits. So obviously they should strive in whatever field they try to go into. But that's not always the case. And so we looked at a case where a company was actually very heavily criticized by the participants in the field, and they rejected the company's approach of being a for-profit company because they were trying to do it in the humanitarian sector, trying to focus on helping out children during humanitarian crisis. And so in a field where there's only one dominant logic, which is non-profit, this company coming in and trying to do both at the same time was actually an approach that was very out of the box to them and quite unsettling, and they led to a lot of criticism. So it's what we call the liability of hybridity, where it's actually not an asset but a liability. You're being looked at somewhat skeptically and possibly quite cynically as not really meaning what you say, and so this comes on the heels of the famous example of Nestle in the 70s that was boycotted for offering infant formula in developing countries where the water you had to mix with the product was unsafe, and so a lot of children got sick, and so there was an organized boycott by a non-profit War on Want, and after that, that kind of left a stain on any involvement of for-profit companies in the field of childhood malnutrition, and so that's kind of the history, the negative history that was in the background when the French company we looked at started operating. So we looked at a French company, a multinational corporation that is based in Normandy. We visited the factory, we interviewed multiple executives, as well as other players in the field. Mostly they are the buyers of the product that the company sells, which are sold to UNICEF and Doctors Without Borders for the most part. And the company invented a product that's extremely effective at treating severe acute malnutrition, which is the worst form of malnutrition for children when their vital prognostic is engaged, so meaning the child is going to die of hunger within 3 months. And prior products that were out there, treatments were very expensive. You had to hospitalize the child for multiple months. You had to use therapeutic milk, which had the same problem of you need to have clean water to do it. So they came up with a way better product, which is a small packet of basically enriched peanut butter with lots of minerals and nutrients and dry milk powder, all mixed into one sachet. So you give this packet 3 times a day to a child, and they will fully recover within 2 weeks. And that's a fairly reasonable cost, about $100. So that was a very effective and revolutionary invention that was quickly embraced by all doctors and humanitarian workers. And so what we focused on was the public debate over how the company was operating its business in this environment, and the criticisms that they got about the fact that they were trying to operate a for-profit business in this environment of crisis, humanitarian workers that were trying to literally save baby lives. So we looked at how the public debate unfolded in the press, on websites, and so on. And basically, we did a framing analysis. So it's looking at how the issue is framed by the different participants. So framing, it's a sociological approach. It's like how you frame an issue, a problem. Like if I tell you that a piece of ground meat is 20% fat or 80% lean, just how I frame, how I present the product to you, you have a different reaction, even though actually this is the same thing, right? So it's an inductive approach. We coded the public discourses, and basically this product is called ready-to-use therapeutic food, and it's branded as Plum Peanut. The product was patented in 38 countries, mostly developing countries, and that's kind of where the rubber met the road, where there was a lot of unease with the fact that the company was aggressively protecting its patent. And by 2007, Nutriset became the world's largest producer of RUTF. They had almost 90% market share because the product was extremely effective, so very high demand. And they were able to produce it very cheaply because they had a fully automated, very efficient, very large scale factory in Normandy. So they were able to produce it and sell it for about, the price of the treatment is about $1 per day. So the company grew pretty quickly. Now it's mid-sized, and it's a hybrid, as exemplified by the fact that they are actually the very first French company that ever got certified, like kind of the B Corporation type of legal status that you have here also in the US. Now, in terms of frame analysis, where you have the two opposing sides looking at the same facts but interpreting them quite differently. On one side, you have the critics that were actually saying that the company was killing babies because by protecting their patents, they were preventing competition, which kept the prices higher, and therefore the buyers, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, couldn't treat as many babies as they would have with lower prices. And then on the other hand, you had the company trying to point out that, in fact, they were using their patents very carefully, and they were not trying to prevent competition and keeping prices up. And so by being very responsible in how they were handling their business model and the patent, they were actually making sure that the price was as low as possible so that as many children could be treated as possible. So what Nutriset did with its patent was actually quite unique and original, because while they were very aggressive in pushing away competition from developed countries, that is true, and certainly they were competitors in developed countries that were not happy about it. Eventually, there was a lawsuit in the US, which the French company won. But at the same time, they selectively opened their patents to allow more producers in developing countries, because that was one of their goals, to allow developing countries to have more sufficiency in producing food that they need. So they were trying to actually protect the partners with which they were working in developing countries. They signed up licenses and franchises, and they were trying to shield them from direct competition from very large multinational corporations, which would have wiped them out very quickly. So their argument was, yes, we're using the patent very aggressively against competitors from developed countries, but that's to protect the new producers that we're trying to help develop in developing countries. So they allowed about a dozen franchisees in developing countries. They provided more than $10 million of seed funding to them to help them launch. They provided them with technical assistance. They provide them with the premix, the main ingredients that they need to produce the same product. And they opened up further to also licensees, with 10 licensees, and only required a very tiny amount of royalty payments, and all of those royalties were given away to public R&D in the public sector in France. So it wasn't for them to generate any income, any profits. So overall, what was interesting is how they managed to overcome this liability of hybridity, all the reluctance, the skepticism that shrouded their operations from the humanitarian activists that were not used to this form of business being involved in emergency operations. So they stressed that their approach was in alignment with what UNICEF and the other activists wanted, which was for the developing countries to become more self-reliant in terms of producing the food they need to treat children and marginally their population, and that they were trying to minimize the cost, which they did not. They also wanted to point out that the critiques were coming from non-profits, like the two the American non-profits who sued Nutriset, were actually to some extent trying to push the interests of the peanut lobby in the US, the peanut farmer lobby. One of the two nonprofits was actually financed the legal fees of the lawsuit was financed by the US peanut producer lobby. So they were kind of, I mean, Nutrisite accused them of being Trojan horses for basically economic interests, not really non-profit interests. And they reframed this use of their patents to protect economic development in developing countries rather than prevent competition. So it's also important to stress that framing, is nice, but if you don't walk the talk, then you're not going to be very convincing. And so what they did is they also changed their material strategies. They passed on cost savings as the scale of their production increased. They passed on the cost savings through price cuts. Their prices went down by about 25% since their launch. They keep their profits very low. Their operating profit margin is actually very low. It's less than 10%. So a lot of the activists were drawing a parallel with this company and big pharma, but it really is not the same as big pharma. This company has very low profit margins that are well below what big pharma would be comfortable with. And reinvesting the few profits that they make, most of it is reinvested into research and development to come up with new malnutrition treatments. And of course the selective opening of the patent, which is quite different from what companies tend to do, which is to be very exclusively using it for their own benefit and not sharing it with anyone, or if they do share it, it's with a licensee that has to pay a lot of royalties, which is not the case here. Royalties are extremely low and given away. And so eventually, by fostering production in developing countries, what happened is that they started off producing 90% of this product in France, but eventually now the production is mostly done in developing countries. 60% of the production is in developing countries nowadays. So their objective of fostering development, economic development in developing countries has been pretty successful. And so eventually the criticisms died down, and the company was invited to receive at the White House the Patent for Humanity Award. So it took a while to convince all the participants in the humanitarian field that they were really trying to do a good thing, but eventually they won over most people. That's it. Thank you very much.
Questions? Okay, I will ask the first one. How aggressively did they market or put out the information, defending themselves or talking about their strategy for a hybrid approach? How aggressive was the company?
Well, they try to participate to a lot of forums with non-profits and have public meetings organized by, for example, UNICEF. They also talk to a lot of journalists, but clearly that didn't work very well because we looked at all the articles. There were dozens and dozens of articles around the world, and most of them were really negative against the company. So I guess they did try to put their point of view out there, but it really did not work. what worked is walking the talk, is people seeing what was actually happening on the ground, that, you know, the prices were going down, that new producers in developing countries were being created, and that's what eventually convinced everyone.
How long did that process take?
10 years.
Did their stock price fall during that time?
It's a privately owned family company, so they didn't have any shareholders.
Others?
I just thought your research was fascinating. And I think that these type of companies really resonate with the younger generation. I know my own children in their 20s support companies such as Tom's, give shoes away, and Patagonia. And this generation is very concerned about those who give back. And those are the kind of companies they want to support.
Absolutely. And work for. Yeah.
And work for.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I thought your research was brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So next up is Patrick Fisher, a full professor in the Department of Political Science here at Seton Hall. Long a member of the faculty and a recent Carnegie nominee from the university 2 years ago.
Like a year and a half ago, I guess. It was something where, yeah, it was my last.
In 12 years, it was
Yeah.
20.
So about a year and a half ago.
So he is going to talk on political polarization, which is basically American political behavior as field of research. And I'm going to ask if you want to stand for the mic or do you want to hold it?
I'm used to the clicker, but not the mic. I'm not really sure. I guess can I multitask? Here, a little.
There.
Does that sound good?
That was me.
I don't know if there's a stand that you can hear. They're over here.
To do the this the mic.
This way. And then
This might be a little less intimidating.
We're a friendly crowd.
All right.
there you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny how many times in my life I've seen people do this, and it hasn't been that often for me, right? It seems like I should know how to do this. But I would like to talk about my current book project. I have a contract with Lindliner Publishers on generational polarization. And I would like to thank the university for nominating me for the Carnegie Fellowship about a year and a half ago. The Carnegie Fellowship actually gave me the idea for my current research with polarization, because they were looking for research on polarization in the United States. I have been doing polarization, American polarization, or excuse me, I should say I've been doing American research on the generational gap in American politics, and I more or less turned my research around a bit to fit the Carnegie Fellowship, and I kind of liked, even though unfortunately I didn't get the award for the Carnegie Fellowship, I kind of stuck with that research and did end up getting a book contract from it. So I would like to thank Seton Hall for that and for supporting that.
there was a stereotype in American politics, and it's not just American politics, the stereotype, there's quotes going back to early 18th century France in this regard, that younger people are more left-wing, and as you get older, you become more conservative. In American politics, interestingly, however, this has largely not been the case in survey data. There is a marked divide in American politics regarding the generational gap. When you look at it in terms of age cohorts and dividing between the year 2000, so more or less 19th century or 20th century, we have the data, and 21st century. All of my data here is from the American National Election Studies, the ANES. Looking at the red, okay, the bar graph, the red indicates 1952 to 2000 aggregate votes for presidents, where above zero is more Democratic, below zero is more Republican. And with the red, you can see there's very little difference between the age cohorts. So the under 30 cohorts was slightly more Democratic than the electorate as a whole, but not by much. And the most Republican cohort was actually those in their 30s. So in political science, there actually wasn't much written and studied on generational polarization in the 20th century. I was actually really surprised by this when I started my research on generational politics. Look at the difference, however, since 2004. 2004 was the Bush-Kerry election, where Bush narrowly won re-election against John Kerry. And with exit poll data that came out, I became kind of struck with the 2004 data on how large the age gap was, because this had not happened in the last couple election cycles. And it got me looking into, well, is there an age gap in American politics historically? And up until 2004, there really hadn't been. There would be certain cycles where there's an age gap, but it wasn't long lasting. So I started looking into this in 2004, and I really picked very good timing in that regard, because since 2004, there has been by far the greatest generational gap in American politics, at least in terms of since we've been able to measure it through social science studies. The generational gap since 2004 is really consistent with the stereotype, right? And it's uniform in this regard. By far, the most Democratic voting group for president is the under 30, while the oldest age groups, the 50 to 64 and 65 cohorts, 65 plus cohorts, are by far the most Republican. And comparing the different time frames, you can really see the difference between the 30-something cohort has become considerably more Democratic than it was previously. Again, that was the most Republican cohort going back from 1952 to 2000. So what essentially has changed since 2004 that has created this generational gap that hadn't existed before? Going back to 1952, and starting the timeline here, because 1952 is the first year in which the American National Election Studies began asking questions regarding age and classifying age as one of their variables. Up until the 1990s, you can see that comparing the under 30 cohort to those 30 and older, there wasn't much of a gap. Once again, there really wasn't an age or generational gap in American politics. The modern day generational gap emerged in the 1990s with the Bill Clinton elections. And this is when you saw really for the first time since American political scientists have been looking at this, quantifying this, that there emerged really a consistent gap where younger Americans were more democratic in their vote preferences than older Americans. And then when Obama came around in 2008 and 2012, it was definitely magnified during the Obama years. With 2024, there's a big drop there. The gap definitely narrowed quite a bit, but from a historical perspective, this is still a pretty large generational gap. Okay? And I kind of want to stress that people might look at that and say, well, there's a diminishing generational gap, and that might be true, but it's still, by historical standards, a very large generational gap, and one that suggests that polarization on generation lines still exists. So what exactly happened in the 1990s that created this generational gap? The key is one of political socialization. In the 1990s, younger Americans that were entering the electorate, college-age students, those in their late teens, early 20s, they no longer remembered Jimmy Carter or Ronald Reagan. Their political memories were based on the elder George Bush, and Bill Clinton. And with that kind of political socialization divide, emerged a new kind of younger cohort of Democratic voters. And those Democratic voters have largely maintained their Democratic tendencies through their lives. That's a point I want to come to in terms of the impact of political socialization and the consistency of people's politics throughout their entire lives. I have found that, and this is kind of the key to my argument with polarization, that the critical birth year is 1973. 1973 marks a dividing point. And more or less, 1973 is like if you were 18 in 1973, you would have been voting for president or eligible to vote for president for the first time during the Clinton years, and that's where you saw the move towards younger Americans to the Democrats. 1973, the birth cohort 1973 marks a major division between the kind of the older and younger camps that's been remarkably consistent going back to 2000, when you would have had a substantial number of Americans that were born after 1973 entered the electorate. It dropped. The gap dropped in 2024, but by historical standards, again, once again, it's still a very large generational gap. Okay. So 1973, what does this tell us about the kind of the contemporary definitions of the generations, the pop culture definitions of the generations? Certainly, generational cohorts are somewhat arbitrary. And when you talk about generations, this inevitably comes up. Why pick these particular years? But these generations that we know so well in American popular culture, the baby boomers, millennials, Gen Zers, have definitely become kind of ingrained in American culture. And as a political scientist, we're kind of in some degrees stuck with what's out there. And what I have found is that, yeah, you could argue that these generations are somewhat arbitrary from a political science perspective or political behavior perspective, but they are actually telling us something important about American political behavior, with one important caveat, and this is kind of my spin and how I am framing my book project, based on my current research, is that you have to divide Gen X, my generation, into two distinct political generations. And it turns out 1973 is just about the exact halfway point between the older and younger Gen X cohorts. Gen X is generically usually referred to as those born between 1965 to 1980. So 1973 is kind of the middle point. And what I have found is that older and younger Gen Xers have very different politics, and more or less, they are behaving politically like the cohort or generation closest to them. So for older generation Xers, their political behavior is more like baby boomers, while for younger Gen Xers, their political behavior is more like millennials. And to kind of visualize how this has evolved in American history, well, at least going back to 1952, where we have the survey data looking at generations, starting with the greatest generation and the silence generation, 1952, and then we have the baby boomers beginning in 1968. And this is when the cohort was old enough to actually have a sizable number in the electorate. And then with older Gen Xers, those born before 1973, 1988 is when they entered the electorate. You can see from this that there really isn't much of a difference between these generational cohorts. Again, you look at this and you can kind of see why political scientists really didn't study generational politics that much, because it just wasn't that interesting. There wasn't anything there. There were a lot of other demographic variables that explain political behavior a lot more than age. But since the dawn of the 21st century, and when specifically when younger generation X, those born 73 and afterwards enter the electorate, you can see a very steady generational gap or polarization among younger and older Americans. And dividing younger Gen Xers and older Gen Xers again, you can see how those Gen X cohorts are diverging towards those that they're closest to. And in 2024, for example, millennials and younger Gen Xers were pretty much indistinguishable in terms of their presidential vote. And with older Gen Xers and baby boomers, there's very little difference as well. So again, younger Gen Xers politically are much more like millennials, and older generation Xers are more like baby boomers. And in terms of, well, the stability of this over the long haul, the stereotype, again, that you get more conservative as you get older is not borne out by the data going back to 1952. Rather than it being a life cycle effect, it is really a period cohort effect where particular generations have their own political tendencies that will vary from generation to generation, and their political tendencies are based on their political socialization. So this graph is looking at the generations, again, dividing younger and older Gen Xers into distinct cohorts, and looking at how they've evolved compared to one another as they've aged. And I think the most interesting one from the perspective of showing that there is no evidence of a life cycle effect. Just comparing the two oldest generations here, the silent generation and the greatest generation. The greatest generation actually became somewhat more democratic at the end of their lives, while the silent generation became more Republican. The divergence of those two generations late in their lives indicates the lack of a lifestyle effect. And another way of visualizing this is on the basis of just trend lines. And you can see that generations have their own distinct politics that will vary by their own political socialization. And again, some generations over the long haul have actually moved towards the Democrats, while others have moved to the Republicans. And just to conclude, I'm going to skip through until the end. I think this is a good place to end. The future is now arguments. What does this mean for the future of American politics? Well, the 1973 cohort today, those born after 1973, are actually a majority of all eligible voters. They haven't been a majority of the electorate yet because they haven't voted at as high a rate. But within the next couple election cycles, we can expect those born after 73 who've consistently been more democratic in their lifetimes to become a bigger and bigger chunk of the electorate. And I think politicians and policymakers, and well, even social scientists, have been underestimating the potential impact of generational replacement in the future.
So I'm going to start out with the first question. What was magical about 1970, 71, 72, 73? And I perfectly remember becoming very politically aware during the Watergate hearings and the wind down of Vietnam.
Right. So it's the cohort, and I'm older Gen X. So I can say from my personal experience, the first president I remember is Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy Carter was followed by Ronald Reagan. Jimmy Carter was an unpopular Democratic president who was followed by a popular Republican president. That so-called Reagan cohort is still if you subdivided into smaller generational cohorts, the most Republican age group today would be more or less my age cohort. Okay, but by 1973, they didn't remember Carter at all. Very little about Reagan. Bush was an unpopular Republican president. Clinton was a popular Democratic president. So there was that major divide that just was right around 1973. And it is really pretty remarkable when you look at it, more specific birth years, how big that divide from like 71 to 75 really was. And the key is that generation, or the post-73 group, has remained Democratic because they've been the younger Americans have been reinforced to move towards the Democrats on the basis of what Clinton was popular, and then George W. Bush became very unpopular among younger Americans. The Iraq War, in particular, and the economy at the end of his time in office, and then Obama, just with the millennials were entering the electorate when Obama was running in 2008, 2012. And those elections were really outliers. The millennials were so supportive of Obama. And one thing that jumps out of my choice is like, well, millennials are really moving towards the Republicans, right? Because the big drop down, but it's like, well, they started so Democratic. And I think a key to my argument with generational replacement is the millennials, really. Gen Zers, the jury's still out on their politics. They've only had a couple elections so far. But millennials have been so historically overwhelmingly Democratic, and they're such a large generation. Once they become a majority of the electorate, I think again, people that are kind of underestimating just how big of a change that potentially would be.
So implicit in what you're saying is Carter wiped out the negative effect that Nixon had.
Yeah, and there's the Watergate cohorts. If you were like 16 to 20 college age years, well, the Watergate hearings were going. There was a big markup in the Democrats' ID and voting choice, but it wasn't long lasting. It's like a couple of years that kind of gets squeezed in with the kind of older baby boomers.
Right, my parents are rolling over. Have Mike will travel?
I think I could just.
No, you have to use the mic. You know the rules.
So according to your research, what you are saying is that in the future, we are thinking that the electoral vote is going to be more democratic.
That's my argument. Yes.
So that's not what we see right now, right? Even though that you're saying we're oversee that, not taking in consideration according with your research. Now, the other question will be, in your research, have you been able to determine what is the factor that for the human will change from Democratic to Republican according to age? Is it economic factor? What is it?
Yeah, to a large degree, it is historically economic factor. So, like the move in from the 1973 cohort from relatively the Republican to Democratic was based on the unpopularity beginning with the elder Bush, and that was largely due to the recession, especially at the end of the Bush presidency. And then the fact the economy did well during the Clinton administration. And then that was reinforced by the Great Recession with the younger Bush, and then the fact that the economy improved during the Obama administration. So my theory would be, well, when would things reverse? And when would younger Americans move to the right? Which, again, this has happened many times in American politics, where younger Americans have actually been more conservative. It will be due to an unpopular Democratic president. And we'll have to wait and see. That could be Biden. Like, there could be that impact with Biden as well, but it would have to be kind of more long-lasting. And right now, my guess is, if I were to bet, it's not going to be Biden that ends up being the new Jimmy Carter or Elder Bush. And some data along those lines that I just saw. And obviously this is in flux. Trump has only been back in office for a few months now. But there has been a lot of media coverage indicating that Gen Zers are moving to the right, especially male Gen Zers are moving to the right. And compared to millennials, they aren't as democratic. But it's all a matter of perspective. And the latest data I've seen following Trump's approval ratings is that Trump's approval ratings among those under 30 is around 31%. So Trump did better in the election among younger American Gen Zers, but he's lost a lot of that support right off the bat. And that's not something you would have seen with Jimmy Carter or Clinton or Obama. Those who are kind of reinforcing the trend Trump has seemed to be not really appealing to younger Americans, even though I think that they were right for the picking because of the unpopularity of Biden. The Republic, we'll have to wait and see, obviously. But I think the Republicans potentially missed a very good opportunity to appeal to Gen Zers and kind of create their own Republican cohort.
So implicit in your discussion of your data is that the president and the presidential candidates are the biggest horse in the water moving things around.
Yes. Yeah.
I just had a question. being generations past did not have the access to the social media that the new generations have. And the difference in what generations where the generations get their information from, and the truth of that information that they're receiving. How do you feel that's playing into our current election? Because statistics show that Biden had a great economy, yet, we'll see him as maybe not as popular as he should have been with the economy he had. So how are you feeling that information cycle out there is really affecting our elections?
Yeah, so the ability of the parties to kind of spin to appeal to different. I think you can definitely make an argument that Biden didn't do a very good job at that. And Biden consistently, he did very well among younger Americans in 2020, but he was never popular among younger Americans from the beginning. And throughout his presidency, his approval ratings were always really low, in the 30s. So there's a couple different ways of looking at it. You can look at is younger Americans are moving to the right, or just Biden was the wrong person. And with the economy, the key is classic for political scientists is GDP growth rates. Well, the Democrats should have kept control of the White House given that. But I think people, including myself, one of my first political memories I remember is Jimmy Carter becoming really unpopular due to inflation. I just got kind of used to a world with low inflation and underestimated just how big of an impact inflation would have on people's vote choices. And looking at polling data, and with the ANES data looking at public policy departments in 2024, the narrative that Gen Zers are moving conservatively to the right is not at all borne out by their public policy preferences. And millennials as well still remain kind of pretty much across the board on public policy issues fairly liberal. They did move to the Republicans, and I would argue on the basis of inflation. So yeah, on many aspects of the economy, you can say it was positive, but there was definitely a belief that the economy was getting worse. And one of the things is that with inflation, the worst of the inflation was like a couple of years ago. So that drag effect, I think, really caught a lot of people off guard. But my argument for the future would be in 2028, people aren't going to be talking about inflation in 2022. So that was maybe an opportunity for the Republicans to make headway among younger Americans, but we're not seeing them do that so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to hold the mic or do you want to stay?
That's all right. Thank you.
But I think that's the only. So. Okay.
Okay, on top of it, I'm falling.
I'll be there with 2 minutes left. Right?
Okay. This more.
So our next speaker is Dr. Margarita Balmaceda, professor in the School of Diplomacy and International Relations. And her topic is challenges and lessons from a decarbonization and politics application to the SDS program, something she spoke near last year at this forum. So welcome back.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be back. I am away this semester at an institution you may have heard about in the news, the Buschamn International Center for Scholars. I'm going to take a deep breath here. A lot of things are happening in higher education. I'm going to be telling you about my research project, the book I'm writing, but I'm not going to be telling you just about the project. I'm going to discuss it in the context of the challenges we are facing in terms of fundraising, in terms of the strategies I have tried to use for fundraising. And yes, I did talk about this last year, but from a different perspective. And that book takes many years to write. So the first, I don't know what is happening here.
So you would move away from the speaker.
No. This is gonna help. You know, can we reduce some?
Here, we get the other line.
It's a presentation you will never forget. It will be another night, and hopefully it will be better. Because when you spoke, there was no chilling effect. Okay, hopefully it will work better. So if you look at the first line in my title, NSF for non-STEM, this is kind of one of the ways in which I have tried to deal with the issues, the challenges of funding, and I will be telling you more about that. But now, I'm going to be telling you about the background of the project, the basic idea, the connections with other work at Seton Hall, funding challenges, how I have tried to deal with them. In particular, what I did with this project in terms of turning it into an NSF application. But most importantly, I want to talk about the long game. Because if you read the newspaper or listen to the radio, you probably know that we all need a long game. And I'm working on that. So, I'm a professor of diplomacy and international relations. My specialty is Eastern Europe and energy politics in the region. And as it happens, I love writing books, which is a problem because writing books takes a lot of time and a lot of money, and that's already a problem. So a big change in my life happened in 2022 when I was about to go to Ukraine to write another book about oligarchs and energy in Ukraine. I couldn't go to Ukraine because of the long full-scale invasion, and I was catapulted, quote unquote, into an institute in Germany specializing on sustainability studies, where I had no idea what to say, what to do, and I had to do a super crash course on everything about renewables, sustainability, hydrogen, everything, and it changed my life. And it's changing this project as well. So instead of writing another book about Ukrainian oligarchs, I kind of did a little bit of soul searching, since that was not an issue I could really research while Russia was attacking Ukraine and destroying some of the sites of research I was planning to use, including the famous steel factory Azovstal. So I kind of look inside and said, what is special here? What is special about steel? What is special about certain types of connections between fossil fuels, industry, and politics? What is there? And I also look back at some of the other work I had done before, because I have written several other books, 4 other books. And in all those books, energy was supposed to be the main topic, but in the margins of these other books was always the fact that actually the richest people in Ukraine, in Russia, in Lithuania were not oil people or natural gas people, were actually people that were using those fossil fuels for other things. There were people using fossil fuels for nitrogen fertilizer, for other types of fertilizers, for steel. So as I couldn't do my original project, I said, oh, let's try to dig deeper. What is about the use of fossil fuels for other kind of hidden uses? What can be there? So this is the book I'm writing. And the name of the book is The Last Frontier of Decarbonization, Hidden Industrial Fossil Fuels Between Geopolitics and Climate Change. Hidden industrial fossil fuels, because when you think of fossil fuels, you generally think about things like gasoline, combustion engine, cars, or electricity. You seldom think about those other uses, only if you're like a really, really narrow expert. And the reality is that about 15% or more of global emissions and global use of fossil fuels is used for things that are not motor fuels that are not electricity are things that are kind of hidden. The use of fossil fuels as feedstock. Maybe I have to turn the volume. I don't like this. Use of fossil fuels as feedstock.
Yeah.
Use of fossil fuels as reductant or for some chemical reactions. Use of fossil fuels for high temperature industrial processes. I'm sure many of us have never heard of these things. So, just a couple of examples about this. For example, when you produce certain types of fertilizers, for example, the most widely used type of fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer, you need a certain feedstock, and that is most often natural gas. That's how the gentleman got to be the richest person in Lithuania, for example. And you have to use it. You have to use a fossil fuel as feedstock to produce the hydrogen you will need to use to create that fertilizer. When you're talking about the use of fossil fuels as reductant, you're talking about particular types of chemical reactions, for example, in a blast furnace to make pig iron and then steel, and you cannot do it simply by electricity. Or when you're talking about high process heat in pyro processing or other industrial processes having to do with ceramics, paper, chemicals, you need the fossil fuels in a different way than you use them for electricity or gasoline, for example. These are unique uses. So these are kind of the three hidden uses I'm analyzing in this book. But of course, I'm not analyzing these uses simply in an anonymous way. I'm looking at who are the actors interested in this. How does this interface with geopolitics in the sense of the geopolitical interests of key players, but also in terms of geopolitics as planetary politics, having to do with planetary boundaries, for example, climate change. So the central questions in this book are, how do these quote-unquote hidden industrial fossil fuels interface with different interest groups? How do different geopolitical shifts, for example, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, but also China's rise as a commercial and political power, how does this affect the use of these hidden fossil fuels, but also the creation of interests supporting certain uses? And what kind of factors promote or hinder the replacement of these hidden fossil fuels by other technologies that do not use fossil fuels? This third question is really important, but we also see that even in this transition to decarbonization, interest groups are very active. They may want to decarbonize, but they want to decarbonize in a way that is advantageous. So these are the main sectors that have a large, where these industrial use fossil fuels play a large role. Things that you would never think about: paper, cement, but also steel, fertilizers, plastics, probably you're more familiar with that. And from these 6 areas, I used the following criteria to choose my case studies, because I am just one person, I cannot study everything. And I wanted sectors that would be globally traded, where there was a robust, statistically significant use of fossil fuels, that would represent the 3 pathways I mentioned: reduction, feedstock, high temperature processing. But also, since I have been all my life dealing with Eastern Europe and Ukraine, I wanted to use sectors where Ukraine, Russia, also China would be relevant. And finally, and this takes me to the last point, I wanted sectors where you have complex, so-called weak issues where the use of these fossil fuels is a problem. For example, because, let's say, the type of greenhouse emissions created by excessive nitrogen use with nitrogen fertilizer is a problem, but at the same time, to deal with that problem, you need to use more of them. Because of climate change, we need to use more and more nitrogen fertilizers, but nitrogen fertilizers themselves are creating climate change. So weak problems. For me, focusing on sectors representative of these weak problems is important, because I want this book to speak not just to whatever is happening in 2026 when it's going to be published, touch wood, but also fertile. So these are the cases I show: steel and chemical nitrogen fertilizers. And in the case of steel, it is representative of reduction. It's very important because of the role of China, which is the largest producer and exporter of steel, and is the largest user of hidden fossil fuels. About 7 to 8% of global emissions have to do with steel emissions related to these hidden fossil fuels. In the case of nitrogen fertilizers, it's also very interesting because Russia and China, for the last 15 years, have been the top exporters. And also Ukraine has been important in the supply chain. And it's really a hidden area where we seldom pay attention to this, but it's really important. And it also shows a very interesting connection between the agricultural sector and the industrial and chemical sector. I'm very proud to say that an article, it took me a whole year to write, on coal-based fertilizers in China was just accepted for publication. And it just tells you that something that we had never thought even existed, coal-based fertilizers, is really important. I can give you a copy once it's published. So another reason I'm excited about this work is because it connects with other work done here at Seton Hall. I'm a political scientist. I don't even know if I can have a coherent conversation with any of these wonderful people, but we have the Green Chemistry Initiative. We have work on cold plasmas, which are related to nutrient use that would allow us to bypass the use of fossil fuels. So this is all work we're doing here in different places, and I'm proud to say that my work fits in a little bit here. Now, I'm going to turn to my preferred topic, funding challenges and opportunities. This is like I love this topic. So what is the problem? The problem is that this kind of research takes a lot of time and money, and we don't have that. The typical funding pathways that all of you are familiar with, and especially OGRS, really hasn't been tapped and does not really cover non-STEM disciplines. There are really very few full funding sources available for non-STEM disciplines. By full funding, I'm sure Norma knows what I mean. I mean that they're going to pay you full salary, all the overheads, and whatever else. Can't tell me the details, Norma. And there's none of this for non-STEM, very little. For the humanities, you have things like the National Endowment for the Humanities, which is also being semi-destroyed now. It has a 6% success rate, and it doesn't cover any of the things we would like to see covered. So, and on top of that, the National Science Foundation's political science program, which would never have given me a grant to start with because of the type of research I do, was closed in 2013. Now, still, I wanted to take a look at what we could do with that. And I looked at the track record of our university in terms of gathering National Science Foundation funding for non-typical or non-STEM programs. My apologies, I couldn't access that website recently, so there might be other very, very recent successful applications, but the information I got last time I could access that website was that our last two successful non-STEM NSF funding was for municipality, Balkun, Nolan, women and men in STEM, and from my own Martin Edwards School of Diplomacy, Political Economy of IMF Surveillance, and both of them are more than 10 years old. So as I mentioned, the National Science Foundation killed its political science program 12 years ago. However, I identified one program within NSF that is connected to what I do, science and technology studies. So, crazy as I am, I decided to go for it. And I want to tell you in the next couple of minutes some of the possibilities and challenges. So, thank you, Norma. Thank you, Jose, is not here, for their support. That meant a lot to me, and I'm sure I will try again. But this was very, very hard. Science and technology studies is an interdisciplinary field. However, they are their own mafia, so to speak. They have their own journals where they publish, and I have never published. The people who had received previous NSF funding are the ones who keep getting it, and if you don't start, you will never get it. The application process is really, really geared to standard. Things like even your biosketch, even the way your publication will plug in, if you are not in, what is it called, MedPub or Med, you have to do it all like by hand. The data plan. Data means very different things for STEM than it does for me. It was impossible. It was like 3 days without sleeping thinking, what does data mean? So when people ask me what this experience was like, I literally told them, writing this application is like drawing a map of the moon with your eyes closed. Now, I did submit an application February of last year, and it didn't look like a map of the moon written with your eyes closed. It was a very serious and competent application. I would never besmirch my reputation by submitting something unbecoming of my reputation, but I do want to say that it was very hard. And I'll get back to that application I did later. So what were some of the things I had to do to retool this topic for NSF? Well, I had to retool the central question to speak to central questions of science and technology studies. It was not really hard because one of the key questions I studied is what factors promote or hinder the adoption of certain technologies. And people have been dealing with this question in science and technology studies for a long time. Having said this, some of the reviewers said that I was using stale concepts. So I have to try to think of that. So technology choice. And when I'm thinking about what explains the use or not of different technologies, I always love this graph and this picture. Because today we're talking about renewables-based hydrogen created through electrolysis of renewable-based electricity. But actually in Cusco, Peru, of all places, in Cusco, Peru, already since the 1930s, there has been a small-scale hydrogen facility making hydrogen from electrolyzer technology, renewable energy since the 1930s. Obviously not as effective as the ones today in Germany or in Norway, but so then why are some technologies chosen or forgotten? The technology to do this was already there in the 30s. It was forgotten because natural gas was very cheap, for example. The third and perhaps most interesting and difficult part about retooling for NSF was the broader impact section. I see Norma here nodding. And here I approach this through 3 issues. The issue of climate change. This graph looks very complicated, but basically this is what would happen if we continue with current policies, and this is what we need to do if we want to stay to 1.5 or 2 changes. And what I study about hidden fossil fuels is totally applicable to that. The second broader impact had to do with the importance to the US economy, and in particular, the US relationship with China. Because of China's rise as an exporter of steel, including to the US, of nitrogen fertilizers, though not to the US. And here, if you look at this blue line, this is the rise of China in the chemical global value chain, which includes fertilizers. What this graph doesn't tell you is that even with this great rise of China in the global chemical value chain, China imports from us, from the US, a very significant amount of intermediate chemicals. So it tells you that these chains are very complicated and very global and go back and forth. And the final aspect that I discussed in my broader impacts have to do with institutional development, workforce development, something that OGRS told me that I had to consider as very important. It is very important, and I try to relate that to different things in which our university is working with, including but not only our striving to become an officially recognized Hispanic learning institution. It was not the only topic, but it was a topic. And I am Hispanic. I love serving my community and all communities. So let's talk about the long game. I'm going to be finishing in a couple of minutes. 2025, we have new challenges. National Endowment for Humanities, huge costs. NSF, huge costs in funding, but also in staff. So who's gonna be there to answer my questions? Everything I work for my broader impact section, is gonna be called into question. Maybe China is not going to be called into question, but the way to serve our communities is going to be called into question. Is it DEI? What is it? Am I whatever? And there have been many other funding cuts, especially for the topics I study for Eastern Europe, regional studies, international relations. So situation is complex, even more challenges. So I'm going to talk about 3 secret weapons, which are not so secret. First secret weapon, synergize. Use one funding to create the yeast for the next funding. I was very lucky to receive funding from the German Geosciences Zentrum. And I convinced them to pay for me to get training in fertilizers. So they paid for me to get a certificate in sustainable fertilizers. I have it. And I'm going to use that in applying for a Guggenheim Fellowship. And I'm sure that there's no guarantee, but I'm sure it will help. So use one thing to get the one. But moreover, even having that first fellowship only happened because I was receiving another fellowship, a Fulbright fellowship, and I couldn't go. They gave me the chance to move that Fulbright elsewhere, and that gave me the opportunity to go to an institute in Germany, which I was sure they would never, ever, ever take. But they did. So, synergize. Second secret weapon, I think, is something that some of you may be familiar with, the Faculty Academy for External Recognitions and Awards, which is running now under the leadership of Professor Jim Kimball. I'm very lucky to be part of this, and he's giving all of us really evidence-based advice and support in terms of funding. So great. But most important, and I'm going to finish in the next 3 slides, I want to talk about the long game. So this is the little detail that you were waiting for. 11 p.m., May 31st, 2024. Why did I have to look at my email at that time? That was exactly the email that told me that I was rejected by the National Science Foundation. Many people tell me that I get many fellowships, but actually I get many, 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 many more rejections. And I used to get very upset. I used to. So, key point. Last 3 slides. Normally, and this is perhaps the way I was before, you get an application idea, you dream, you think what you could do, you think that those $327,000 from the NSF is going to buy like a whole team of research assistants, which it doesn't, of course. You dream big, you submit, you keep dreaming a bit, then you get rejected, you crash. You're not even going to look at the new opportunity because you're so crashed, you won't. But I think we have to think of a different model. Yes, apply, soar, think about all the things you could do. If you have as much money as you think, as far as you think that money will go, it never will. And then rebound. So to finish, I want to emphasize that there are, in my view, 2 key periods that we need to think about. There is this period after when you're submitting an application, when you're dreaming big. Let's call it the period of soaring, thinking big. Indulge in that. Use that. Let your imagination soar. Think about new possibilities. And then there's going to come the rejection. Okay? About half of the time, or whatever, 60% of the time. I don't know how much it is for me, maybe half of the time. Let it be brief. Be upset, but not be upset too long. And then use the positive energy you got when you were big dreaming to create seeds to be replanted elsewhere. Now, when I say all this, and I'm finishing now, if I really was thinking only in terms of time, there would be no point in applying for anything. Because it would be much better for me to just keep my head down and just do research and not waste any time in drawing the map of the moon with my eyes closed. But this thing big, this is invaluable. So if you can You cannot have your whole life consumed by applications, but cherish that and see whether you can use it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? You had me worried there. You were discouraging. That's exactly.
I was discouraging.
In terms of grants, that's exactly the way you approach it. Oftentimes you have to apply 3 or 4 times before you are picked up, unless you're in a really hot area and you get it just right. That's the right approach.
Yeah, I
Yes,
just
use
want to
mine.
say that I work very closely with Margarita since I came here to Seton Hall. And I just want to attest to what she says, that is encouraging to all the new faculty members here, that you cannot feel rejected and just slow down. That's the point that you have to, like she says, think about it, take it, examine it, restart again. And she has been very successful in submitting sometimes 3, 4 at the same time. And 2 of them come at least, and sometimes 3 of them come. So thank you for saying that, Margarita, and I wish you the best of luck in everything.
We don't need that because that's a challenge.
Our setup's going to take a little bit of time here for the next person.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is Dr. Santiago Castillo Gutierrez. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Educational Leadership, Management, and Policy. His research is on the intersection of organizational theory around higher education institutions and their global interconnectedness and current global policies and practices of internationalization. He is a relatively recent PhD graduate from the University of Arizona, and he will be speaking on diversity, faith, and inclusion, an in-depth investigation into the academic and social landscape of international students in Catholic higher education institutions, which is not a hot topic at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, this is probably an interesting time to present on some of these issues. And in full disclosure, when I started thinking about this topic last year, it looked very different than what we're experiencing this year, right? So I'll touch upon that in a minute. But just to give everyone an overall idea of the landscape of internationalization in higher education, specifically international student mobility. It's probably not a surprise to anyone that the United States is the largest host of international students in the world. There's estimations that about 7 million students are studying outside of their home country in the past year, and the United States hosts over 1 million of those 7 million international students. And it's by far the first destination. The second one, which is Canada, has a little bit over 800,000 students, and then the United Kingdom, a little over 750,000 students. So it's not even close, or it wasn't even close. Obviously, that might change, and it's changing, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But ever since the first Trump presidency, the higher education institutions in the United States started getting more concerned about the well-being of international students in the country, given the political and the social landscape. And there were huge campaigns led mostly by NAFSA, the National Association for International Education in the United States, on this campaign of saying to students, you're welcome here. We want you here. You belong here. At a time where there was all these anti-immigrant rhetoric floating around, not too different from what we're experiencing now. But then a lot of what was happening at that time is that, there's these ideas of international students being wanted and welcome on campus, but at the same time, there was a lot of contradictions in the actual day-to-day things that were happening on campuses and outside campuses. And international students, have to navigate this anti-immigrant rhetoric outside of the campus. A lot of very dehumanizing portrayal of international students by universities. Oftentimes, even though they're very well intentioned, most of the defense for international students right to be in the country and to be on campus have to do with the financial contributions, right? We really want international students here. They're a huge source of revenue for universities, for our country. They bring all this talent. It's very extractive discourse. Like we want international students because they bring us something. We get something out of international students in this country. And that's what I've been calling in my research the dehumanization of international students. We lose sight of the person, the dignity of the human person that is behind that number, and write and research and talk a lot about international students from this extractive perspective. Right now, we're seeing a lot of turmoil around the topic. Just in the past couple of weeks, over 1,500 international students have lost their visas for no apparent reason. Some of them have been directly linked to protests on campus, but the majority of them haven't. So they're fighting in court, and actually most of them are winning because there doesn't seem to be a very specific pattern on why these students are getting their visa revoked, and that has already caused some repercussions in the country. So between March of last year and March of this year, there's been 130,000 less international students in the country, and there's a survey that estimates that right now we have 38% decline in the interest of graduate students pursuing graduate education in the United States, which is huge. So we'll see how the numbers move in the future. And we've seen the news probably lately. There's been a lot of on the one side, attacks on international students on the United States, but on the other hand, a lot of demonstrations of support for international students. So basically, what I wanted to do with my study and my research is all of these ideas on how we portray international students on campus and this dehumanizing perspective. When I studied here at Seton Hall and I started leaving this environment of a Catholic higher education institution, that's definitely opposed to our mission and our values, right? So Catholic higher education is in a very specific and good, I guess, context of providing international students with that humanizing treatment and perspective, right? And it's not an extractive, that it's actually something that Catholic higher education institutions should emphasize this welcomeness, true welcomeness and embrace of diversity of perspectives, of religions, of experiences and backgrounds of international students. We've seen that in many discourses, even from Catholic Church. We have documents and encyclicals that have talked specifically about this idea of the universities being really universal. So I wanted to focus on specifically whether or not this idea of extraction and dehumanization of international students plays out differently in Catholic higher education institutions. So that's where my research comes into play. And what I'm going to present is very, very preliminary. I'm still collecting data, and Maria probably hates me because I submitted my slides just yesterday, because the survey is still ongoing. I'm still hoping to get responses. I haven't conducted interviews yet. So this is very, very preliminary, but I think it can point us into some good directions. And also in full disclosure, the findings that I have to present today are only a sample from Seton Hall. My plan is to distribute this survey that I adapted to other Catholic universities in the United States in the next coming months. So some of the preliminary findings that I have is why are we attracting Seton Hall overall Catholic higher education institutions? Why are we attracting international students to the United States? And a lot of them, majority of them, 80% of them, were attracted to the United States. They applied to universities in the United States with the hopes of finding a better job opportunity. Like the degree from the United States, regardless of everything that's happening, the degree from the US is still highly, highly valued and recognized as a commodity that will open you certain doors. A lot of students also share, I know a lot about US culture. We see a lot about US culture. I wanted to live that. I wanted to experience that myself. And also a good number responded that the US provided a better political stability and safety compared to home country. And there's an asterisk here, because I'll show you in a minute some comments of students saying like, yeah, that's what brought me here. That if you were to ask me that question last year, but this year, I'd probably say something different, right? And I'll show you that in a minute. And then in this particular case, which is the example that I have seen before, why are they coming here? Why are they not going to other universities in the area? A lot of them, that was really surprising to me, are here because we're offering certain financial support for international students and financial assistance. Also, some of them were also very interested in very specific programs that we have to offer, and they thought it was a very good match for them as opposed to other places. And also, I think one of the things that we have been very good at promoting is the location of Seton Hall. It's a very attractive destination for international students. It's so close to New York City, having like all the best of both the worlds, living in an environment like here around South Orange, but also being very close to New York City, and the possibility to participate in many different things around the area. And one of the questions, for those of you familiar with the net promoting score mechanism of identifying whether people are detractors or promoters of specific either service or product or whatever you're asking about, you ask them how likely are they to recommend something to someone else, right? And if someone is really eager to recommend that to someone else, then they are a promoter, if not a detractor. So now, most students are detractors of the US as a destination. So right now, people are like, I wouldn't recommend anyone else to come here to study, right? And it makes sense. Like, again, based on what we've seen in the news, like, why would I tell my family, my cousins, my friends in my country to come study here when there's literally a world of opportunities, right? It's not just the United States. So probably right now, it's not the best time to be in the United States as an international student, as a visa holder, and being subject to the scrutiny of the government and the possibility of having not a very good time. And so these are some of the responses when you ask them, why do you say whatever number they say on the scale from 1 to 10? And as I said earlier, someone said, for example, if you asked me this a year ago, I would have said 10, definitely come here. But now, probably not, right? Probably I wouldn't recommend this place to someone else. The current political climate is not the best. There's still all these issues with immigration documents. So I personally not recommend anyone to travel to the United States. The cost of living is obviously very high as compared to pretty much everywhere else in the world, and the support for international students might not be necessarily the best thing. But yet, students right now, if you ask them about their future plans, which is interesting, a good number of them are still thinking about the United States as their ideal place to live and work. So after graduation, their plans are to work at their next job or their ideal job in the future in the United States. So the laser is focused, is working, but if you get to the second column, a lot of them are actually preferring or still hoping to stay in the country after graduation rather than going back to the country or focusing on a third country that is not the United States, not their home country either. In terms of Seton Hall, things change. It's not, we don't have that many detractors. People are passive, and that's not necessarily good, right? Because they're also not necessarily like eager to say that, yeah, everyone should come to Seton Hall. So in our case, and this is something that I'm working as a faculty fellow with the Office of International Programs to find out more internally as a university what we can do for the larger study. This becomes a little bit less relevant in the larger picture of international students in the country. But this is something certainly that I will work with the Office of International Programs to see what we can do as an institution to improve the experience of international students here. Some of the reasons that they say they like Seton Hall or that they would recommend it is that it's affordable compared to other institutions. That it's some others contradict and it's very expensive, but it's a great institution. And that there's an easy transition as an international student in here. And then there's a lot of questions in survey that I adapted specifically for the Catholic identity of higher education, right? To me, it's really important to understand whether or not Catholic universities in the US are attracting students precisely because of their nature, because of their mission, because of the identity of the institution, or is it just that students want to come to the US because we know that for a fact that many people want to come to the US, and then they just find a very good, fine university that happens to be Catholic, right? right? And it's not just in Hall, there's many peer institutions that are also attracting a good number of international students. So in this case, with the sample from Seton Hall, most of them identify that, Seton Hall has an evident Catholic identity, and they see that, which I think speaks to how important the mission is for a university and how we live that mission. They also find that there's enough opportunities and adequate opportunities for spiritual growth, for reflection, regardless of one's religion. The sample reflects that international students do represent a large spectrum of religious views and faiths, not just Catholic international students that we're hosting. And they believe that the university has created these welcoming environments, not as much, but there's still a lot of students, again, feeling like neutral, passive, which kind of indicates that there's a hesitation there to say that, this is a welcoming place overall, or an inclusive place overall. And they don't necessarily feel that the Catholic identity is actually what's making them feel connected to campus, right? Only 20% of them feel that it's actually the Catholic identity of the institution that is connecting them to campus and making them feel part of the larger institution. And in the proposal in the paper that I drafted, I talk about higher education, Catholic education institutions as these ideas of safe havens. Sorry, just mention that in the version.
You're okay.
And as safe havens. So are we really, Catholic universities are really safe havens for students? Again, thinking that our own values and mission tend to be to really protect the human dignity, make this place a welcoming environment. And I ask students, like, do you feel that you're treated better, equal, or worse than your domestic students, your peers, by your classmates, by professors, by administrators, outside the classroom, or within the university or outside the university? So as you can tell, for the most part, international students feel that they're treated the same, which is great. That's exactly what we want. We don't need students saying that they feel that there's a preferential treatment that might underscore some deficit perspective on international students. We also don't want international students to feel that they are being treated worse. There's definitely a part outside of the university where they do feel that this is not necessarily right now, probably the best place to be, and that they treated worse than say a citizen. But within our institution, it seems that it is really this idea of a safe haven within the institution. But yet, when I ask about whether or not they have been treated respectfully or unfairly, because of different aspects of their identity, race, gender identity, sexual orientation, language ability, nationality, immigration status, or religion, there are, even though it's not the majority, and the majority of them will say no, there are instances on campus where students have felt discriminated because of their race, because of their language ability, because of their nationality, immigration status, or religion. And even though it might not be a lot, again, talking specifically about this sample in our institution, this is something that I would like to work with the Office of International Programs to make sure that doesn't happen, right? Because again, that's not who we are. We should make every effort possible to make sure that our students are treated fairly on campus. And just some most of the qualitative component of the study will be through interviews, not through the survey, but there are some open questions in the survey that have already reflected some interesting ideas. So when they're asked how has your experience here at the university impacted their life, you can see a really good perspectives from students when they feel that there's a lot of hardships in navigating the system, in navigating the university, and navigating the environment, and it's really complicated, much more complicated for our international students to find a job after graduation than it is for domestic students. It mostly has to do with immigration regulations, but at the same time, international students, feel that although some of these hardships make you step out of your comfort zone, and they're very resilient. They're doing great things to adapt to a completely different environment, and they're actually also valuing their background, their home country even more. They say it's been both challenging and rewarding, balancing things for all students is not easy. But when you have to balance work with your education and your personal life, also with understanding what's happening in the country and the politics involved with that and the immigration regulation involved with that, it makes it much more difficult for international students to navigate that environment. And again, there's students very open saying, there's good and bad things, but it has overall impacted my life in many different aspects, and students are grateful as well for the opportunities and experiences that they have experienced here on campus. And so some of the key takeaways for now, again, very preliminary, is that indeed international students are drawn to the US for these opportunities for jobs, for opening doors in the future, but their experiences are being shaped right now by what's happening at the university, but also what's happening in the country. And that's something that probably is out of our control, but we need to acknowledge and understand that to be able to support them. The fact that most of them are receiving financial aid has made a difference. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to get as many international students as we have. And again, while this idea of the Catholic identity from the university is really acknowledged, it's not that evident, and I'll dig deeper on that on the interviews on to what extent that's actually serving as creating this, having an impact on their inclusion on campus, on their feeling of welcomeness to campus. And there are some instances reported there of mistreatment, and that I think we should address both in our campus, but also what's happening outside. And thank you.
Questions? Do these students seem to understand that they're coming to a Catholic institution? Our name is not necessary.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Al-Shakma. I'm international students from Egypt. Yes, for sure. We understand that we came to Catholic University and we came to a diverse area, not Catholic and a mean of Catholic. We have also Catholic schools in our countries, and they are accepting most of the students, and only in the religious classes we get separated. We understand that this is a diverse country, diverse culture, diverse background. People are here diverse for 350 years ago. So we understand that we have to accommodate ourselves and we have to compromise the gaps between each other. But as was mentioned, unfortunately, I just arrived late, but I catch out the overall view of the lecture that we face some kind of shock. I would not say it's a harassment or make it give it more than it deserves, but we face that kind of shock. Maybe it's new culture for us, new language, a new way of dealing with issues. Some expressions seems good, some expressions seem like weird for us. For instance, somebody told me WhatsApp. I don't understand that WhatsApp is hello. I said, yeah, WhatsApp. What is going on? So yeah, that is a kind of a culture difference. It's not like I'm bad or the other person is either bad or good. We are different. So that might arise some kind of concern, that might arise some kind of troubles, maybe if people, and also sometimes it's like, okay, we are flexible, but sometimes I don't have to be flexible to the extent that I melt. And we agree that there are communities here in New Jersey, especially people in the north. There are the people from Latino, Muslim, Hindu, everywhere is living with each other. Yes, I think we understand that this is a Catholic school and we respect Catholic, and we know that Catholic are very conservative, and we are expecting not me only as international students to feel like more welcome us, or at least to try to facilitate our life in possible manners, especially that really are under stress at this era or that time due to political change, due to lots of issues which is out of our hands. Maybe something overseas would affect us as international students. So really, I think this time the international students, not in Seton Hall, everywhere, are feeling stressed, are worried about their future, are worried about their
assistantship. I think the higher Ministry for Education was eradicated, so we don't know how we are going to get funds, how people would apply for grants. There are lots of issues going around, affect us mentally, affect us our performance, make us overthinking persons. So yes, and we are actually looking to find aid and support from our university here at Seton Hall. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much, especially because I think raising the question is precisely the problem, right? Raising those types of questions is precisely what translates to this deficit perspective, whether or not international students can understand what type of institution they're coming from, they're applying big money. So I think that's precisely the problem, and I appreciate so much the comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move not to our least speaker, but to our last speaker.